Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor. Now we have the approval of the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to today's agenda?
I have a few changes to the agenda. First, I'd like to announce that the revised agenda was adding one item under General Administration as item 3F regarding approve the expenditures of $1 million of general fund appropriations identified in 2019 budget deliberations for parks, recommended priority projects. This item was heard at the January 17th meeting and was asked to be returned to this meeting. So that's been added. And then under item 1B regarding executing standard agreements with the County of Fresno for development in the city's sphere of influence, not yet annexed into the city's corporate boundaries, it's shown that it's subject to the mayor's veto. However, it is not subject to the mayor's veto. Those are all the changes I have.
Changes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. And now the approval of minutes for the January 17th, 2019 meeting. Were there any changes to those minutes?
Actually, I do have a couple of changes to those minutes, and they have been updated in our Granicus system. So when you approve them, just approve them with the amendment that the minutes were corrected to correct typos in items 3K and 3A. I'm sorry, 3K and 4A.
Thank you, Mrs. Clerk. Do I have a motion?
Motion to amend with, approve with the amendments, Council
We have
President.
a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Now we're going to get on to a morning of some really cool stuff. We have some ceremonial proclamations and presentations this morning. And the first one is a proclamation of Fresno City College Wrestling Team Day, and that's from Councilmember Soria.
So good morning, everyone. I have the pleasure and honor to be recognizing all these young men this morning. Go ahead, Coach, and give me this proclamation. So I don't know if there's anyone else from Fresno City College here representing. Oh yeah, if you guys want to come on up to proudly represent. Some of you guys, do you guys want to come on to this side? Because I know the podium is a little in the way. So I'm very proud to showcase here our young men that have been doing some really great stuff over the last few years, and also our coach. And so they are here because they've won the third straight year the state wrestling championship this past December, which is no easy fit. But yeah, let's applaud for their accomplishments. So this is really cool. What I wanted to share also, that the Fresno City College wrestling team has won 16 state wrestling championships, and then 83 individuals have been winners. So I want to congratulate the Rams. You guys are making us proud and representing Fresno City College really well. As someone that teaches, not only there as an adjunct, but represents Fresno City College, I am very proud of the work that you guys have done. And what is amazing is that this team wouldn't probably be doing what they've been doing over the last decade plus, without the coaching staff that has led them to these state championships. And it's been also great to be able to recognize again, because we did recognize you last year, Coach Kisa, who was named Coach of the Year for now also the third year in a row. Yeah, let's give him a round of applause. And And he's been working with the team for a decade and, or over a decade, and has earned is it 10th already? 10th Coach of the Year title? Yeah, so 10th Coach of the Year title. So he's doing something right with these young men, and so it's amazing. And also his 11th state wrestling championship title. So again, really, these young men achieving great things, but really through the mentorship and the guidance of the coach. And so I want to thank you guys for, doing what you do in representing the City College. Also, I want to congratulate, is assistant coach here? Oh, right here. Okay. Because I know what I got was assistant coach Moreno was awarded also the 2018 assistant coach of the year again for the second year in a row. So it's amazing. So just congratulations. We do have a little proclamation that we'll read shortly, but I just wanted to let Coach Kisal say a few words.
Well, it's a great honor to be here. It's a great honor to represent these young men. We're very proud to represent the city of Fresno as well as Fresno City College. It's a great institution. We're all very proud to represent it. We're proud to get acknowledged here. And again, these young men represent Fresno, represent Fresno City College, and I'm very proud of these young men. Thank you for recognizing us.
Great. So we'll go ahead and have the clerk read the proclamation for the record, and then in the meantime, we can have all of you come this way so we can take a picture together.
Whereas Fresno City College wrestling team has once again built an outstanding record of success through hard work, perseverance, and talent over this past season. And whereas on December 9th, 2018, the team claimed their third consecutive state title after winning the 2018 California Community College Athletic Association Wrestling Championship. And whereas the City of Fresno is proud to congratulate the Fresno City College wrestling team for representing our community and showcasing their talent. The Fresno City College Wrestling Team Day is City of Fresno.
Good job, guys. Very well done. Our next proclamation is also from Councilmember Soria. It's the point in time count in Fresno County.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah. There we go. So now I have the honor to do another special proclamation. This is to recognize the point in time count that happens here in Fresno County. And I know that you guys were out there bright and early, and I think probably since late last night, doing this point in time count. And so for those of you that don't know what point in time count is, the count that happens every year to figure out how many homeless live in our community. And so we know that the city of Fresno has struggled with this issue of homelessness, the lack of housing, and mental health issues that plague our community. And so we want to thank Doreen for being here representing how many people did you guys have out there today?
3 days, but over 300 volunteers.
So over 300 volunteers in our community that have stepped up to the challenge to make sure that the homeless population gets counted, and that we know how many folks are out and understand their circumstances so that we can best address the issue that impacts them. And this is a way also to ensure that the city of Fresno is receiving the appropriate funding dollars, both from the federal level and from the state. So we want to thank you guys for the work that you guys have been doing. I know that you guys have been working also very hard to address the needs and to make sure. I know later today we will be hearing kind of a plan as to how we will be spending some dollars to better serve the community, the homeless community that lives here in the city of Fresno. So again, thank you for your commitment to addressing the issue, for being involved, for getting the volunteers out there, and for being out there late at night and early in the morning to make sure that this happens.
Thank you very much. And I do want to start off by thanking two council members who joined us. Councilmember Arias joined us last night. Councilmember Chavez joined us on Tuesday night. We have over 300 volunteers who are out doing assessments and counting homeless individuals, not just in Fresno City, but throughout Fresno County. One of the exciting things that's happened over the last year is that there's a higher engagement between the city and county, and so we have actually doubled the number of small communities where their point in time is being done with also volunteers in Reedley and Raisin City and throughout the county. So it's really pretty amazing. I do have to give a shout out to our biggest sponsor, which was St. Agnes. And the reason why I'm bringing them up is that to address homelessness, it's really a complex problem. It needs to be addressed through health, mental health. It has to have the elected officials really involved and engaged, philanthropic, the faith-based community, and all of that is happening. There would be more people here today thanking the city for this proclamation, but they are out right now doing assessments. And with that data, with better data, we'll have better solutions. And so working with the city, county, and so many people, we really thank you.
Again, thank you for all the work that you guys do. I think about 4 years ago, I was out there, and, I want to thank the volunteers because it's definitely a commitment to get up either really early in the morning to go out there and not know who you will encounter, but one of the special things that I saw was that these individuals really cared, and the individuals that I encountered, I remember a couple years ago, they were our veterans. And it's very heartbreaking to see that our veterans, after they've given so much so that you and I could have freedom, that they're living in the streets. And so I hope, it is my hope that today and as we move on, the city of Fresno, along with our partners in the county, we can figure out a way so that we don't see our veterans out in the streets. So with that, clerk, if you could read the proclamation for the record.
Whereas the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Housing and Urban Development Built for Zero campaign and local agencies have supported the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care, FMCOC, in their commitment to end homelessness. And whereas to adequately provide a coordinated homeless housing and services delivery system, the FMCOC must understand the regions of homelessness population. During the last 10 days of January, the FMCOC conducts a point-in-time count to get a statistically reliable, unduplicated count of sheltered and unsheltered homeless individuals and families in the U.S. within Fresno and Madera counties. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno and Mayor and City Council does hereby support the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care in their efforts to conduct an annual point-in-time count in Fresno County and encourages residents to volunteer and assist with the annual count of our most vulnerable homeless individuals and their families to help end homelessness by 2019.
Council President, if I may just speak for a moment on this item. I just want to thank the volunteers and Preston and all your team. What I saw last night was hundreds of volunteers that were compassionate, that treated our homeless with integrity and humility. And I would invite all our city employees to volunteer for a day and interact with our homeless population. It's a very different feeling to meet them at 10 o'clock at night while they have an open fire in a canal embankment trying to figure out how to stay warm on a rainy night. And without us understanding our homeless residents firsthand and getting to know their stories, we simply cannot solve the problem in any meaningful way. that maintains their integrity and their humility. So thank you to you and to all the volunteers.
Next up, Councilman Capriolio has a proclamation for National Blood Donor Month.
Well, good morning. Come on, let's wake up. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, there you go. One more time. Good morning. All right, thank you guys. Let's be alert here. We got a great day ahead of us. So, I wanted to have people from the Central California Blood Bank join me up here for this particular proclamation. And this is an easy one for me and for many of you because we've seen the impact of blood donations in our community and the vital necessity that is. I think water, air, and blood. Without that, we're all gone, right? So you guys are really great with that, and I appreciate it. So, and in fact, one of my staff members, Kerrigan Huerta, who's right there in the aisle. Hey, Kerrigan. We can say hello. Hello, Kerrigan. And she is a vital team member, but more importantly, she joined with Fresno State, the Richter Center, with Chris here, who represents, as well as the blood bank, to get a blood drive going. Her dad's a good friend of mine, so I choke up a little bit here, so I'm sorry about that. But Chief Huerta, and they put this blood drive together. Chief Huerta is recovering from a lung transplant, and every day is a great day that he's with us. Anyway, with that in mind, 700 plus people came and donated blood on that day, and it was a fantastic turnout. Fresno State's a great resource for our entire community, especially District 4, and a blood donation truly is a gift of life. So, Chris, a couple words?
Thank you, Councilman. We're honored to receive the award. Central California Blood Center has been serving Central Valley for 6 decades, which is a really long time. It goes back to when blood banking began. And so the Central California Blood Center has been here for you all throughout your life, and we will be continuing to be here for you in the future. And so it's with a partnership with the community and with community organizations that we're able to have blood available when it's needed. And so we ask you all to consider participating in supporting your local community blood center. We provide all the blood to all the hospitals in the Central Valley, and that's our mission. And thank you so much for having us receive this award. Thank you.
You're welcome. And if I may read a little bit of the proclamation. It's lengthy. There's so many accolades that we could give to these people and their efforts in our community. But a little bit of history, whereas the Central California Blood Center was first established in 1954 as the Central California Blood Bank. It adopted its current name in 1995 after serving Central California for decades at several different locations in Fresno. Today, there are 3 blood centers in Fresno, 1 in Visalia, mobile buses that you see all over the place. They're used to reach out to distant communities for their blood donations. The CCBC is a driving force in the collection of blood throughout Central California. Whereas we thank those who roll up their sleeves to help save lives of someone in the community, not even knowing who they are. And we hope to inspire new donors to help save lives throughout 2019. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim the month of January 2019 National Blood Donor Bank Month in the city of Fresno. Congratulations. I also wanted to say to the Rams right here, I graduated from Fresno City College in 19, and it got me lifted off the ground into college, and it was a great experience. And now I'm a graduate of Fresno State, so I couldn't wear a Ram pin or a state pin, so I wore an airport pin today, so I could keep it neutral. Keep it neutral. So a couple of photos.
All right, up next is proclamation of ABC 30s Latino Life Day, and that's from Vice President Miguel Arias.
Good morning, everyone. This morning we have the privilege of honoring ABC 30's Latino Life programming that's celebrating its 10th anniversary. And before we have the city clerk read a little bit of the proclamation, I'd like to take a moment to recognize Graciela Moreno, who's been a broadcaster and newsroom anchor for more than 20 years. For more than 20 years, we've been inviting you to our Spanish-speaking and English-speaking households. And it's an honor to have somebody like ABC 30, Disney, and Channel 30 be a corporate sponsor in the city of Fresno. You guys define corporate service responsibilities before anybody else did. Every time that we ask for the positive things in our community be highlighted, Channel 30 is there. Recently, they were a main sponsor of the Martin Luther King Week of Celebration. And you don't have to ask them twice, nor do you have to beg them. They simply step forward and do such a good job of creating a trust, really a good corporate citizen of our community. So ABC 30 and Graciela, thank you for all your years of service. And we definitely need a photo because my mom's going to be asking for one. So, City Clerk, if you would.
Whereas ABC 30 has a long history in this community, celebrating more than 60 years in broadcasting, providing daily news coverage and public affairs programming to a 6-county area. And whereas ABC 30 public affairs program, Latino Life, is celebrating its 10th anniversary. And whereas ABC's Latino Life, hosted by Graciela Moreno, has helped hundreds of nonprofits in the Central Valley by giving them a platform to share their causes and promote their events. Whereas ABC's Latino Life focuses on issues impacting local Latinos and highlights positive contributions and Latinos that are making in our community. And therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and the members of the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim February 1st, 2019 to be Latino Life Day in the city of Fresno.
You want to say a couple of words, Graciela? By the way, I understand you started in the industry when you were 12. So that was right? All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the both of you, and thank you to the City Council, to everybody here gathered today, and of course to the community most and foremost, because it's thanks to your support and your viewership that the show has been successful for as long as it has. I know that we were surprised when we realized we were coming up on 10 years of this show, and we are really proud of it. We're really proud of everybody that works behind the scenes, putting the show together. The folks that you see alongside me, this is Director Keith Ansoliaga. He directs our show. And of course, our producer extraordinaire, this is Aurora Diaz, who's been producing the show as well for the last 10 years. And so we are very grateful. We put this show together every day with a lot of, every week, I should say, with a lot of genuine love for our community and wanting to bring information to our community that perhaps would not be as readily accessible if it wasn't because of a program like this. And so we are happy to bring information about health, about education, about culture and community. And so for any of you out there that have any of these programs that you think would fall into that category, just give us a call, send us an email, look for us on Facebook. We would be happy to continue to highlight those programs, hopefully for 10 years plus to come. And I'll let you say a few words, Aurora.
I just want to thank you, Miguel Arias, for the recognition. We're serving over 1 million people, Latino folks here in the Central Valley, and we can't do it without the folks behind the scenes, and of course Graciela, who's been just a gem to work with. And so on behalf of ABC 30, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause, please. That's a great group.
All right, and now the moment many of you have been waiting for, and I see some Hawaiians lined up over here. Okay, so I think we're going to have a very eventful day, and we're looking forward to it. This is our quarterly employee recognition program, and this is the winter quarter for 2019. So we're going to turn this over to our city manager, Wilma.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start, and just welcome everyone to this event. It really is a celebration of our employees who are doing outstanding things in their jobs, and we are here to recognize them today, and I'm so glad you're here, and I'm going to turn it over to the city manager. Should be.
On now? There we go. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
There we go. So I love the energy in the room before council started today, and so and look, the room's filled. It's fantastic. This is one of my favorite award ceremonies because we get to celebrate our employees. And this award, I think, is very special because it's the recipients are nominated by their coworkers. So it's obvious that your coworkers see that you've went above and beyond, which is exciting. And I have the privilege of working with many of the recipients, so I think it's well-deserved for all of you. So if anybody knows me, I'm pretty competitive in nature, and I have told Doug Sloan, where's Doug? Are you hiding, Doug? There you are. I have told Doug that I will have a department beat you this year in our little competitive spirit cheer that we do before the departments start. And Doug's already starting to make excuses this morning. He says, you're putting us up against fire, but there's more employees than fire than we have. But I did hear rumors that you all were practicing yesterday, so. Okay? So we're gonna do things a little bit differently today. We're gonna call up the attorneys first, and when we do that, you guys can all attempt to be loud. Okay? And then we're going to call up fire to do theirs. And council, I would like council, Steve, yes. I would like you guys to let us know who wins between the attorneys and fire this morning.
We will.
Can you do that?
Oh, yeah,
okay.
We will.
Okay, Doug.
Okay, as we said, we're starting with the city attorney's office, and their employee of the quarter is Stephanie Snyder. Stephanie, please.
Wilma, you asked for that.
Hello. The reason we're doing this, despite the fact that the city attorney's office is only 1% of the city's employees, we have won, clearly, the Employee of the Quarter Spirit Competition for at least 5 years in a row. Yeah. Oh. So in a director's meeting a few weeks ago, there was a little smack talking, and I said, okay, bring it. So at least we've gotten the other departments to show up and try this time. But now what we're here for. This is Stephanie Snyder. Stephanie is an employee in the city attorney's office or employee of the quarter. Stephanie joined the office in 2015 as a litigator defending the city. In 2018, she was assigned to handle personnel and labor matters. Stephanie jumped in with great enthusiasm. Stephanie has a great can-do attitude and wins cases. The office is proud to honor Stephanie as our champion employee. Thank you.
Okay, so the moment that I've been waiting for, okay? Chief Donis, do you want to join me up here? Okay, and our fire department.
Well, thank you, City Manager. We are honored to take up the challenge, and we have 2 employees of the quarter. We're going to shorten and brief the write-up on each one of them. Nominated by their peers, we're really proud of them. Terry Mice is our first one. She came on with us in 2006. She was a fire prevention inspector, a 1, promoted quickly to a 2, and now is a senior fire prevention inspector. She was involved in the, hang on, get back, go sit down. She was involved in the Amazon build out, so it was a tremendous lift project for this city, and she did a fantastic job. She also takes point on the Acela promotion of that, and she just has one of those great attitudes in the fire department, and it really runs throughout the entire headquarters. So with that, I would like to bring up Terry. Okay. Okay, our next employee of the quarter is Jay Tracy. Jay, yeah. Jay is our fire investigator. He came on with the department in 2004, promoted to engineer in 2008, and became a fire investigator, which is also a peace officer for our fire department. He's passionate about emergency service. He's also our range master for our fire investigators, a role model for our PIO department, and really just a great community. He has a lot of other programs going on in his life, and he really transcends that in the relationships he builds both internally and externally. So with that, Jay Tracy.
All over town, putting out old flames.
Thank you, Chief.
I think the fire should be disqualified because it's got to be a fire violation to bring balloons in here. So by default, the
Fire
lawyers win.
one. Fire one.
Yeah, we got to, as an attorney, I kind of think the attorneys won, especially Freddie Mercury back there. Yeah, Queen.
Okay, after that, we're going to continue on, but please don't be intimidated. And to show you how unintimidated we are, my department is next, the city clerk's office. We're a department of 6, but we're going to make some noise today.
All right.
I'd like to call down Max Carlson. He is our employee of the quarter.
Yay, Max.
Okay, so Max has been with the city clerk's office since July 2018. Prior to that, he did some work in the council offices, so he was familiar with the city processes. And he's a great fit for our office because he has such attention to detail, which is so important in our office. And he learned very quickly and actually recently was deputized, so now he can sign on my behalf, and that means he knows exactly what he's doing. So congratulations to Max. Thank you, Max. Okay, so moving on. Give that back.
Wilma, don't you think that we had 2 attorneys up here on council that voted for the attorneys? Shouldn't they have to recuse themselves?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
My
I mean-
professional legal opinion.
Council
that
President,
they-
I'd like to point out that you and Councilmember Chavez received a donation from the fire union. Therefore, you should be conflicted. Political donations create conflicts.
Hey, you remember that when his house catches on fire.
Yeah. Yes, right.
Okay, so we're going to move on and going back to the regular order. We're going to call up airports, and we will be recognizing Darlene Smith.
Okay, Darlene, our employee of the quarter for the airports, she works in our capital division, and that by itself keeps her very, very busy. But also, she volunteers relentlessly that reaches out not only to staff, but to the traveling public, Wings for Autism, the Honor Flight, and so many other events that occur out at the airport. But more recently, and what I would characterize as very impactful, is the holiday music program the airport had, coordinating the delivery and lining up and delivering in the grand piano. 5 pianists and coordinating all that work was huge. And I will tell you this real quickly. The impact we kept seeing every day through social media and others. And there were many ways the public were thanking the pianists for making it a soothing experience when sometimes travel can be stressful. So a little girl comes up while listening to the pianist, draws a picture. She didn't have any money, didn't want to leave any tip, draws a picture like a 5-year-old girl and hands it to the pianist. That just tells you the impact that program had. And it's been Darlene, the driving force behind making that happen. So for that reason, Darlene is our employee of the quarter.
Okay, moving on with the program. We're going to call up the DARM department. Would the director please come up? And we're also going to recognize Drew Wilson.
So our first employee of the quarter is Drew Wilson. Drew Wilson is from Long Range Planning. And Drew was nominated by his peers because of his dedication to neighborhood development and engagement with communities. Drew has been found out on public work projects, painting parks, building play structures, building parklets in the neighborhoods. He'll go out on his lunch hour, change clothes, come back to the office, as well as on the weekends. So Drew has been a great example of how to engage with the neighborhoods, how to make places in our community that are welcoming and engaging. Thank you, Drew. And next is Marla Williams from our Code Enforcement Division. Woo! Marla not only is the key force in community service on the code side, according to her peers, she's our Fresco expert, and she also serves on our fun committee. So Marla makes sure that we have fun and that we do a lot of great things for our customers and serves our staff as well as our customers on a daily basis. Thank you, Marla.
Okay, next on our program is the Finance Department with the Finance Director and John DeLucia. Please come up.
John is our graphics technician out in our copy center here for the city of Fresno. He's been working for the city for 15 years now. John is an outstanding employee that encompasses the values and expectations of the Employee of the Quarter Award. He is thorough and proficient without ever appearing stressed. John handles a variety of requests and always maintains a professional demeanor. He is motivated and goes beyond the normal scope of the job when required. He is positive and approachable, and he has a can-do attitude to make all projects easier to execute, changes easier to implement, and problems easier to solve. John definitely takes pride in producing a high level of work and makes his work appear easy regardless of the challenges that he may face day to day. John, thank you for all your hard work and dedication.
Hey, John, on behalf of District 4, personal thanks to you. You're always there for us. We appreciate you so much. I thought she said 50 years, but it was 15, right? Thank you, John.
All right. We're going to move on to the Information Services Department with the director. Please join us, as well as Legend Escobar. Legend.
You know, we thought about bringing technology into this, but then we didn't want to bring the service to their knees.
Oh.
So our employee of the quarter is Legion Escobar. Legion, please join us. I don't know if you know much about Legion. He is a senior network system specialist. He is usually out in the field. He's working with our public safety radios, our BRT cameras, and so he's an expert at both radio and cameras. So he's done a lot of implementations and making those programs great. He's very hardworking and dedicated, and we thought, you know, he's been doing such a great job out in the cold weather, so let's make him our employee of the quarter. So congratulations, Legion.
Okay, next is the Parks Department. Come on down.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. Is Christine here? Christine Gomez. Will she come down, please? So Christine covers Roding Park, right? And so, you know, covering Roding Park is a huge job. And so what we like about Christine has been with the department now for about 22 years. And she is highly, highly respected, not only amongst her peers, but she's respected amongst the community, you know, as well. What we like about her, she always goes above and beyond the call of duty, you know, for this community and also the residents. And you can actually tell when she's out that she's highly missed. So for all our contributions, we would like to thank her for her contributions to this park department, but also to the city. So thank you very much, Christine. All right. So the next person we have is Lucia Terra. Is she's here? Where's Lucia? There she is. All right, so we're going to tell you a little bit about this young lady here. Lucia covers our senior program at Ted C. Wells. And we love our seniors, right?
Yeah.
And so, you know, Lucia is very, again, well-known in the community. She's highly, highly respected in the community. And she's very knowledgeable about programming and how to get things done in reference to our senior population. Now, when she's out, I can tell you the seniors, they make us aware of it. When is Lucia coming back to work? And so, and we think that you know, she's done very good at her contributions to the city. She also has a great attitude, a great personality in reference to what we want. And again, thank her very much for everything she's doing for our senior population and all her contributions to our senior population. Thank you.
Okay, I bet you can. Next, we're going to go to the Personnel Services Department. I'm impressed. That's pretty good.
That's right up there.
Well, good morning.
Wow.
My name is Jeff Cardell, Director of Personnel Services, and it's our distinct pleasure and honor to recognize Carnell Grijalva, our Executive Assistant. So, a little bit about Carnell. In case you can't tell by the theme with the leis and the Hawaiian shirts and so on, Carnell's a big fan of the beach, in particular in Hawaii. So a little bit more about Carnell is she's essentially our chief morale officer. She keeps us all motivated. She keeps us recognizing that work is work, but we can also have a little bit of fun at work and we can enjoy each other. And for that, we really appreciate her. We also appreciate that she keeps us organized. And when we are going through a number of different changes in the department, whether it's new computers or new workstations and relocating people, Carnell keeps it all on the straight and narrow and keeps everybody in place. So for that, thank you very much. We appreciate you. And Joe, why don't you come on up too?
All right.
That was very impressive. Now we're going to move on to the police department, and I believe Deputy Chief Farmer is going to stand in for the chief.
All right. Thank you. Good morning. So, all right, we could have flown the helicopter in and brought in some more noisemaker. Yeah, rotor wash. So, good morning. The Fresno Police Department's first employee of the quarter, I'd like to bring up Sergeant Steve Jaquez. So come on up, Steve. Good job, Steve. So a little bit about Sergeant Jaquez. Steve has been with the Fresno Police Department for 20 years, and he's currently in charge of our policy and procedure unit. And so he does all the revisions when there's a change in the law, very busy, and he also tracks our use of force. And Steve is a jack of all trades. He's in charge of all of our cell phones. So Steve recently saved the city about $1,000 because he changed the programs in which we use to get us a better deal. Okay, wow. Several thousand, okay. A lot of money. So we're very proud of him. Steve has an excellent work ethic and a positive attitude at all times. So we'd like to congratulate Sergeant Steve Jaquez.
Yeah. All right.
Yes. Okay, our next recipient for the Employee of the Quarter is Officer Sukhbir Shakan. Sukhbir. A little bit about Sukhbir. Sukhbir has been with the Fresno Police Department for 3 years. He's currently a member of the Special Response Team in Southeast Fresno. And Sukhbir has been commended numerous times from his supervisors for arresting gang members with guns. And Sukhbir, I have no doubt, has helped us reduce violent crime in the city of Fresno because of his efforts. And Sukhbir is described as being dedicated, a role model, a counselor, and a man of integrity and determination. Very worthy of this award. Congratulations, Sukhbir.
Yeah.
And our last recipient, I'd like to bring up Detective Mark Yee from our homicide unit. A little bit about Mark. Mark is a 25-year veteran with the Fresno Police Department. Mark originally came from the Highway Patrol before coming to Fresno PD. So he used to wear khaki. Now he wears blue. You look much better in blue, just FYI. And Mark is an outstanding investigator. He's very well respected by the District Attorney's Office, and he's looked up to as a mentor to a lot of our young detectives. And he does an outstanding job every time he testifies in court. And so we're proud to have him working our homicide unit. He actually worked homicide years ago, was recruited to major narcotics, but he was missed so much in homicide, we brought him back. And so he's back to homicide, and because of his work ethic, he's very worthy of this award. So congratulations, Mark. Good job, brother.
Okay, our next department is the Department of Public Utilities.
morning. We're excited to celebrate 3 employees today. The first one is Gloria Rivera. She's an accountant auditor too with Solid Waste Management Division. Looks like she was unable to make it today, so we'll move on to Cynthia Reyes, Senior Customer Service Clerk with Utilities, Billing, and Collections.
All right.
Cynthia is greatly appreciated for constantly making herself available to assist with all of our customers, even the difficult and challenging ones. Cynthia has consistently provided ratepayers excellent customer service for over 20 years. Her experience and lead direction to fellow customer service clerks and UB&C staff remains a valuable asset to the division and the department. So thank you, Cynthia.
All right.
Next, we'd like to... There you go. Okay, next we'd like to recognize Mondo Pearson. He's a water distribution and production specialist with the Water Division. So, Mondo Pearson, in recognition of his positive attitude, consistent level leadership, and can-do attitude, Mondo worked hand-in-hand with a contractor on a citywide irrigation project, as well as leading his own truck and crew members to accomplish a common goal. For this, the division truly is appreciative of his service. He's also a 29-year employee of the Water Division. Congratulations.
Okay, so we're going to move on to the Public Works Department. Can I have the director join us up here?
All right, good morning. We're proud to recognize 4 employees this morning in Public Works. And first up is Rudy Ibarra from Landscape Maintenance Division. All right. Rudy, he is a really versatile employee. He's the lead worker in our landscape division. Takes great pride and passion in any assignment that he's asked to accomplish. And this has resulted in some really great work around the city, including Herndon Avenue median enhancements near Van Ness, City Hall, some enhanced landscaping, Van Ness median in the Fresno High area, and also the Fig Garden Loop median island. So employees like Rudy are a great reason why work gets done in a professional, timely, and efficient manner in Public Works. So congratulations.
Rudy, I just want to add, Rudy, I'm up here. I just wanted to add, right here, Rudy, on the Fig Garden Median Islands, our department, my staff has received so many compliments on that work out there. So thank you for everything that you're doing. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, next from our Construction Management Division, I want to recognize Salvador Ambris. All right. Sal's an engineering inspector for our capital improvement program section of construction management. And again, he takes tremendous pride in his work. Even in his first 6 months with the city when he first started, he was asked to take on some complicated projects. And right now he is the go-to guy for our intelligent transportation system projects, traffic signals, and street lighting. Sal, he's always, you'll find he's always enthusiastic, cheerful, encouraging, and achieves maximum results every day with a smile. So congratulations. All right, we also want to recognize from Engineering Services Division, Cecilio Garcia. So Cecilio, he's been an excellent employee for engineering services in his short time with Public Works, and he's been asked to take on a number of high-profile projects during this time, including things like working with Tudor Perini on high-speed rail and also the Fulton Street project. He does an outstanding job with everything he's given, rises to the task. He displays a level of professionalism and pride in his work that's a great example for others to follow. So congratulations, Cecilio. All right, and last for Public Works from Street Maintenance, Kevin Solomon. All right, as he's coming up, I want to talk a little about Kevin. He is a traffic maintenance worker in our street maintenance division. He works on the painted pavement marking crew. He's tasked with painting the lane lines, crosswalks, arrows, as well as curbs and speed bumps. So this is what keeps us all safe out there, making sure that the roadways are done properly. He's a hard worker, a great attitude. He's encouraging to work around. He's also friendly with the public, pays attention to detail, and finishes all the tasks in a very timely and efficient manner, making Kevin an excellent employee of the quarter. So congratulations.
All righty. Thank you. Just looking for the director for Department of Transportation. Oh, okay. Thank you. Come on up. Department of Transportation is next.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Brian Barr, Assistant Director. I'm standing in for Director Barfield. He is away this week, but he wanted to be here to show his support and celebrate our wonderful employees. Our first recipient for Employee of the Quarter is Sarah Diaz, Senior Account Clerk with the Administration Division. Sarah is a valuable, respected employee who has graciously covered 2 accounting desks through a lengthy vacancy. Her professionalism and kindness to the department's customers is appreciated almost as much as her baking skills. Thank you very much, Sarah.
All right.
Our next Employee of the Quarter, who I'm told can't be with us today, is Isidro Garza, a bus driver with the Operations Division. Nonetheless, let's celebrate him. Isidro received a 3-year Safe Driver Award in October and was the Driver of the Month in December. Isidro is an excellent employee, very conscientious, dedicated, and a great asset to the department. He was also recognized by the Fresno Madera Police Officers Association as an outstanding citizen for his bravery in preventing a crime and assault on a passenger. So let's hear it for Isidro. I'm proud to recognize Onassis Jimenez from our Fax Maintenance Division. He's a bus mechanic. Come on up. Congratulations. Onassis' work ethic has impacted his peers in each of the shifts he has worked. He is a well-respected employee in the Fax Maintenance Division. He has helped train the new mechanics in rebuilding engines and using complicated tools needed in the repairs of the buses. He always makes himself available and is willing to lend a hand to coworkers who need help. Thank you very much. Right. The last person we'd like to recognize is Christian Manzano from our Public Safety Division as a fire equipment mechanic. Congratulations, Christian. Christian takes great pride in the quality and level of work. He is very energetic. He's most always first to volunteer for after-hours work, needs, and emergencies. He helps guide new technicians on best practices to serve the fire department. He strives to make the shop team maintain a positive image. Thank you very much, Christian.
Okay, I believe that is it for today, but before we get back to the business of the city, I would like to, first of all, thank you all for coming, and I also want to thank the city clerk staff who coordinates this event, and if you step outside these doors, there will be refreshments, again, courtesy of the city clerk's office, so thanks again.
Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you, Wilma. Council members, we're going to take a 10-minute break ourselves to meet and greet the folks in the lobby, but we'll be back at 10:20 to resume the consent calendar. Yeah, we always do it.
Thank you, Council President. First, I wanted to thank all those involved with Martin Luther King Jr. Ceremonies and celebrations. That was at the city of Fresno, and I was at Fresno State with the university people. It was a fantastic week of tributes to a great man, and hopefully his inspiration will continue and Dr. King's vision will continue to be a part of our everyday lives. I also had the honor of being present during a check presentation at Fresno State. So Chevron, major corporation, gave a gift of $450,000, second time in a year. So these people are on fire with Fresno State, and this goes to several departments, and I can't thank Chevron Oil enough. Next, we had a Stone Soup celebration last Friday. Finally, with the help of Grid Alternatives and Reading and Beyond, Stone Soup now has a complete set of solar panels on their roof. And we want to thank Grid Alternatives as well as Reading and Beyond. They provide the hands-on solar installation by training local people in the neighborhood to have the skills to engage in this process and install those solar panels. So we've got some more employment on the way, and we've got some cost savings for Stone Soup. I also attended the Crime Stoppers along with Council President Brandow, and we presented a proclamation to Dale Mendoza. It was a great event. He's been the president of that organization for 12 years, and he started it with others with their own money. They personally funded Crime Stoppers, and look how much it's grown to today and the impact it's had on our community. And District 4, also at the Fresno Maya Cinemas, we hosted the debut of the Fresno Grizzlies' new uniform and logos. We have a new affiliation now, so we're very excited to see how this season goes. Opening day is April 4th, and please help support our Fresno Grizzlies. Also, it was an honor to attend and listen to the inspirational speech by President Castro at Fresno State University, and it was the state of the university, and it was the students and the faculty and the participants. It was an amazing event, and we had a great time, very, very inspiring, especially from the students. And I wanted to congratulations to Fresno State's basketball team. They're absolutely on fire. So we want to support that red wave, get out there and get to those basketball games and support our great team. So again, go Dogs. Don't want to disparage the Rams. I love the Rams at City College, so we want them to keep up their good work as well. And last, I'd like to request, Council President, that we adjourn the meeting in loving memory of Benita Idiart Garcia, She lived 95 fantastic years, and most of that was in District 4, and she will be missed. So thank you, Council President.
Councilman Esparza.
Good morning. I think Councilmember Capriolio is an early contender for the blah, blah, blah award of today, but the day is young, so we'll have to see how it unfolds. I'll keep my comments clear and concise. Had the pleasure yesterday of joining some of the neighbors in the VA neighborhood. I want to thank Helen Mordigan and those neighbors for putting on a Lunch with Heroes luncheon for some of our law enforcement officers and veterans. And it was great. It's always great to sit and have lunch with some constituents, and it was great to eat alongside and break bread with our captain and some of our officers and detectives out of Central District. And for District 7 constituents who may be watching, I'm going to be holding our first town hall. We just got our date, Monday, March 4th, and the details of that will be forthcoming. I did promise last year we'd be doing at least 3 town halls for District 7 during my tenure each year, and so we're starting the first one March 4th. That'll be it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Soria.
Great, thank you, Council President. Just wanted to, thank the city staff, Thomas Gaffrey, the parking manager, for coming out to our community meeting, which took place this past Monday, where we focused on the issues regarding residential neighborhood parking. I think that it was a productive discussion where folks had a variety of ideas about how to address some of the frustrations and concerns that the residents have due to Fresno City High and also Fresno City College. We will be moving forward, and we will be working with the administration to make sure that some of those pilot ideas that were brought up, that enforcement is actually happening in these areas, so that we're all working together and trying to mitigate the issues that are happening in the Fresno High City College area. Also want to thank folks from Fresno Unified and Fresno City College that were there present to hear the concerns of the residents. Also just want to report out, we had our 3rd meeting for the Youth Jobs Task Force this past Tuesday. I am very excited about the synergy that exists here in our community with our community partners. We had some of our educational institutions present, some of the community-based organizations that work with youth. The private sector is also at the table, excited about the opportunity of hopefully by this year rolling out an initiative where we're all working together to increase job opportunities for our young people. As you guys have heard me talk about this issue, I think this is a very important issue for the community of Fresno. The youth commissioners have spoken out on this issue, and so I hope that this council later this year we can show some leadership on this issue and really invest in our young people. Just also want to shout out to a new business that came to District 1 is Full Circle, who has a place in downtown Fresno, opened up a 2nd location in the Tower District. So very excited about that. We had a full crowd and just want to congratulate them and again welcome them to the Tower area. And lastly, the Grizzly reveal just happened this past week. It was very exciting. We're excited about what is to come this next year, and just encourage our residents, the staff, to get out and support our team. We are one of the very few cities that has this type of opportunity to go to actually a Major League Baseball game. So just encourage you guys to attend. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other council members punched up, so I'm just going to add, Wilma, during our quarterly employee presentation, a subject came up inside that triggered my mind on something that I've been thinking of, and I've heard a couple of comments when I engaged the Chinatown Business Association, and it had to do with the closing of Tulare Avenue for the high-speed rail project. I just wanted to bring this up real quick so that maybe you and I could follow up. There's a lot of frustration that Tulare's been closed down for a year at the year mark without really anything being done. So the question is, why are we closing down a street that far in advance of actual work getting done? And I have concerns about that as it moves, as that project moves into my district. And I've spoken with Councilmember Soria. I know that Shaw Avenue is going to have to be closed. Herndon's going to be addressed. What I don't want to see happen is where we close down these streets for over a year with nothing getting done. So I'd like to talk about that.
I can let you know right now that we are working on a road closure policy.
Okay.
And we're working closely with High Speed Rail to avoid that happening in the future. We're hoping to bring that back to council in February. So, and we're happy to meet with you in advance of that if you'd like. I can
Okay.
have Scott meet with you.
Thank you.
Council President, can I also say, I just want to chime in because I had an experience also with High Speed Rail when it related to the Clinton overpass. And I think that, High Speed Rail has been, I would say, a pretty good partner. So I think it's a matter of making sure that we're also communicating from the outset and be in continuous communication with them, along with the businesses that surround that area. And that's, our businesses in the Clinton 99 overpass had a little bit of heartburn, but when you have big construction projects happening like that, and we're probably going to see more of that because of SB1 dollars, the city of Fresno having, additional $12 million of infrastructure dollars. So I think it's a matter of making sure that we're communicating here, with our other government entities, and that we're communicating to the public so that they're not surprised. I think that our residents are pretty reasonable when you let them know what is happening and what are our alternative plans. That's what we did with the Clinton and Weber overpass, but I think those things have to happen so that we don't catch businesses off guard, we don't catch residents off guard, so it's a matter of really us all coordinating the efforts.
Yeah, and really, and that's a great point. The communication's so vital. I am actually not placing blame on anybody. I just want to see this fixed before we close down another street. And as you know, Shaw Avenue in particular already has its problems with just normal day-to-day traffic. And so I just wanted to put that on radar. Okay.
Council President, if I could, whenever the staff brings that policy forward, I'd like to know that it's also going to apply to city departments, as we, too, are responsible for a lot of road closures and construction. And I'd like to see that thought through.
It sounds like they're doing a full
Right,
road
it's not just high-speed rail. We're looking at developers, we're looking at our own projects, et cetera. So it's the full gamut.
Perfect. Thank you. We're going to move on to the consent calendar today. I'd like to ask any of my colleagues if they're pulling any items from the consent calendar.
Council President, pull item 1B.
1B.
And I'll pull 1G.
And 1G. So now I'd like to entertain a motion, and we're going to go out to the public. Do I have a motion to approve the?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilmember Soria, a second by Councilman Capriolio. Now we're going to go out to the public. If there are any members of the public that would like to comment on the balance of the consent calendar, we'll come back to those two items in just a minute. All right, I don't see any members of the public. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Now we're going to go to item 1B. Councilman Esparza, you pulled this item.
Yes. If we could have Scott come up to the mic, please.
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department.
Good morning, Scott. Thank you. I appreciate you talking with my staff through some of the details of this item yesterday. I wanted to circle back. So this is a resolution, I think, to execute contracts between the county and the city for development that is not yet annexed into the city's boundaries. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So the contract states that the city assumes risk for development during the annexation process. And so my primary concern is about the city having policy that undermines the LAFCO process and ultimately increases the risk to the city. Would you say that's a fair assessment?
So, summary, this is an item that was requested to be brought forward by the Building Industry Association and a number of residential home builders to streamline the process. The risk that the staff report speaks to is the same risk that the city will have once the streets and the property are in the city. What developers are experiencing is some delays in the LAFCO annexation process sometimes involving if other rural residential parcels are being pulled in to the city as part of that annexation. That may be delaying them, and the developers would like to take advantage of what the county has allowed, which is to basically delegate that authority to the city to process that development and issue permits just as if it is already in the city.
Okay, yeah, so the staff report states that the city would be responsible for bringing the property into compliance if the stop order should be issued. Is that a deviation from current policy?
That policy would mean the city is responsible to the county, but in turn the developer is responsible to the city for making sure that occurs. So in essence, if there were a problem with the annexation and if the development ultimately stopped at that point, the developer would be financially liable to make everything right, make everything whole.
So that's there in that language. I mean, that's there in the contract. Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm just concerned about the risk to the city. But if it's airtight that it will be in turn passed on, that's fine with me. Thank you.
Absolutely.
If I may, I do have some questions. Yeah. The item states that there is no fiscal impact to the city, but the resolution indicates that the city would have to absorb costs. So how do those mesh?
In council, in regard to the two meshing, again, the city would assign that full responsibility, indemnification, financial responsibility to the developer, and the developer goes in understanding that risk. And this is something that both the city of Clovis and the city of Selma have taken advantage of to enable their developers to streamline their projects and fast track them into actual construction.
Is there any additional cost to the city to provide this additional feature?
As far as additional cost, there would be, but that is captured per the master fee schedule the council's approved. So for example, there's an additional cost of reviewing and approving a grading plan for this property that's still in the county, but for example, our development resource management department would collect that grading permit review fee. And same thing for, excuse me, for public works. If the developer's going in with sewer, water, street work while it's still in the county, we'd recover all of our costs through the development processing fees.
You indicate that the BIA recommended this item?
Yes, we do have a standing meeting with the BIA excuse me, each month. And this is something that they've been pressing on for a number of months, again, to attempt to make Fresno a little more business-friendly and streamline projects.
So is there our standard practice to take suggestions from outside groups on what our procedures should be for development approvals?
And Council, we would, as staff, we would not bring this forward if we had not thoroughly vetted that between DARM, Public Works, Public Utilities, and our city attorney's office. And also talking with the other cities, for example, City of Clovis, and talking with Fresno County Public Works and Planning. So again, it's something that other cities had gone forward with first. Fresno would not be the guinea pig on this one. It's been a tried and true model, working well in Clovis.
Legal counsel, have you reviewed this resolution, and are you comfortable with the exposure to the city?
I'll call up Raj Badesha, a lawyer in our office.
What is the exposure, if any, to the city?
Just as Scott Mosier said, the exposure is just limited to what the liability would be if the annexation were not to go through.
Okay, so walk me through an example of that nature.
I think Scott would be better for the annexation process.
Somebody give me a worst-case scenario if a development doesn't go through. What's the exposure for the city?
Scott?
I just want to also, this is a pretty significant feature that we're providing, so I'd like to fully understand what the potential exposure to the city is.
Council, on a very worst case scenario would be perhaps something like, for example, this agreement includes model home agreements and enables the developer to start working on model homes prior to the actual subdivision, prior to the map coming to council to subdivide property. So the developer starts building those model homes in the county on this property, and then hypothetically, this is an extremely rare case scenario, but what if LAFCO did not approve the annexation to the city? Then there would be model homes sitting on a piece of property in the county, and then the county saying, city, this can't stay in the county, and there would be a complex process to work through. Would development be allowed to go forward in the county? Probably not. That's in conflict with our MOU with the county. So that would be a little bit of a challenge to work through. But however, in that, just like the other situations, the developer is ultimately at risk. The city winds up having to satisfy the county's concerns, but the developer is truly at risk.
And just a last point, LAFCO is made up of a 5-member body, right? Currently, typically 2 rural city mayors, 2 county board of supervisors, I think somebody from the water district. So the city doesn't have any representation, per se, on that body. So we would rely on this 5-member body to essentially agree to moving this forward, our projects.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Soria.
I was punched up for my item, but I have, just kind of some of the similar concerns. I would actually like to see if we could table this to have a conversation. I am, supportive of trying to figure out how we streamline processes, but I really want to be able to, and maybe we should have gone a full presentation in terms of what is happening, what are the issues. I'd like to know what projects are coming before us, because we wouldn't be moving a policy if we wouldn't be having potential projects already that are interested in utilizing this new tool. So I'd like to, I don't know if there's
I think that's a good suggestion. I would support that.
I would like to see, because I'm sure that there's probably already some projects that are being considered to benefit this. So if the council is okay, I'd like to table and bring it back.
Okay.
Yeah,
Scott?
I support that, and maybe exploring, again, tightening the language on the builder assuming the risk.
So, and I would be interested in meeting as well, so maybe we'll take a look at this. We'll have 2 weeks till our next council meeting if we could all get together. I appreciate it. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we need a motion?
Council, we can provide you a legal memo on the risks also.
Okay.
That would be great.
I don't think we need a motion, though, do we?
By consensus, there's a consensus?
Yeah, there's a consensus.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we're on to item 1G. Councilmember Soria, you pulled that item.
Yes. Good morning, Kelly. So just, I know that we've had a standing agreement with PG&E for these types of dollars. Just kind of want to understand, are these additional dollars? Are these dollars that we were already previously allocated and need additional time to spend them? Just kind of want to get
an understanding of that. Great. So the Sustainable Division gets these dollars each year. So this is annual. It's on a different calendar cycle than our traditional fiscal year. So that's typically why we're coming to this body come this time of the year. So this is new money. It is not previous money that has been awarded. So it is new.
Okay, new. So previously the dollars were, I think, were a little bit higher. Is there a reason? Is it depending on what we're planning to do? How are those dollars determined?
So whenever I started working with this division, there were millions of dollars annually for this program. And you may remember the tune-up events, and it was a very outward-facing program. There were events that were happening in the community, and it has been reduced in scope by the funding agency. And so as the scope has been reduced, so has the dollar amount. I would say it's kind of stabilized the last 2 years. And if you're interested in any additional information on that process, we do have a representative from Pacific Gas and Electric in the room today to answer specific questions from their perspective. But yes, it was a lot more, but it was based on a change in the scope, and now it is much more inward facing. So the funding source is requiring the municipal agency to improve energy efficiencies within our agency now. So it's not delivering services out to the public and doing the tune-up events, that kind of thing.
So we're no longer doing any of that?
No, we have not.
Even assessing homes for energy efficiency and any of that?
Correct. The residential component of that has been eliminated.
When-
and I
when
believe
was-
that
when
was
was
2
that-
years ago.
when was
I
that
think this would be the second year, and I'm looking to Steve if maybe he could provide a little bit more clarity on that for you. But I think this will be the second time that has been, it was
wow.
reduced, and then eliminated.
It is eliminated, okay, because I was a beneficiary of that, and I know that
It's a great
we
program.
encouraged both residential and commercial to go through those, so.
Right.
Okay.
Was there more to add to that, Steve?
No, I think that's essentially it. The program 2 or 3 years ago was heavily entrenched in residential work, and the city of Fresno did assessments in an 8-county region of the Central Valley. Essentially, the California Public Utilities Commission has told the investor-owned utilities to focus on measurable energy savings and have divvied up the pot of money, so to speak. And so our piece of the program that we're negotiating with the city was for public sector facilities in the
So
city of Fresno.
that's just going to be our facilities? Okay.
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you, Kelly. So, and maybe this is for the administration, because I know I've been talking about energy savings for our entire city. I know we still don't have, it would seem like we would want to seek some like solar or something to try to reduce energy bills even here at City Hall. I've talked about the water, wastewater treatment plants, the water plants. I'd like to see us come back with the workshop, and what is our plan
I can interject.
Okay.
We are working on some energy efficiency upgrades. We had intended to utilize PG&E to do those upgrades, similar to the LED streetlights. Council at that time indicated that they would like a more competitive process. We are prepared to provide a tray memo here probably tomorrow regarding our first phase of those projects, which would include both energy efficiency upgrades as well as solar components where they're warranted. The projects we would start with would be City Hall and the Municipal Service Center.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that we're talking about that already, hopefully becoming a reality in the next couple years. Yeah, I'd like to see beyond a tray memo, if for the purpose of the body and so that the public knows what we're doing, if we can have some type of presentation.
We can certainly do that.
I'd also like to kind of have you guys see if we can fold in parks and what we can do to also make sure that other public facilities that we're looking at, how we can have some cost savings.
Yeah, the MSC and City Hall are our first targets. Parks would probably want to be in the next phase. We really do want to prove out this process that we're using, and that is what we're trying to line out to you guys in the tray memo, that competitive process that we'll be using. It is new to us, so I would prefer to get MSC and City Hall underway and then start looking at parks and other facilities such as public utilities.
Okay, and well, I guess as part of the tray memo, I'd like to know what are the priorities, and so I know that now you're saying MSC and City Hall, but we have a lot, right? We own a lot, trying to figure out kind of the bigger picture of what we're trying to do.
This tray memo is already pretty much done. I doubt if we'll have the priorities in it.
Okay.
We can certainly address that in the workshop.
Okay, perfect. As part of the workshop then. Thank you. I appreciate the information. I'll go ahead and make a motion.
We have a motion to approve item 1G and a second. Any members of the public like to address item 1G on the consent calendar? All right, I don't see anybody. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. The consent calendar is now passed. We're going to revisit item 1B. I'd like to tell everybody in the chamber what the next hour, what we're looking at. We have to go into closed session we have an outside counsel who's on time constraints. We're going to immediately go and hear one item in closed session, that's 5B. When we get back, and I think that could be about a 15-minute item, when we come back, we're going to immediately hear the money-back guarantee item that was scheduled for 11 a.m. And then my goal is to get public comment done on all items, unscheduled communication before we go to lunch. So that way, some of you folks that are here won't have to wait through the lunch hour to let your voices be heard. So, but right now, we're going to go hear item 5B. And Doug, if you could announce what that item is.
Yes, we're doing just one closed session item, 5B. That's the State of Casillas versus City of Fresno.
All right. So we're going to go into closed session, and we'll be that lawyer is ready, and so we need to go in there immediately. Thank you. Scheduled item on the agenda, money back guarantee. Councilman Bredefeld, you and I co-sponsored this, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. This has been a long time coming in terms of bringing this ordinance for a vote. It actually started some 14, 15 months ago when several of us recognized that we need to do something about the ongoing difficulties in the planning department and the culture, and we all have gotten calls from businesses that have run into problems, and it's been ongoing. It's been a decades-long problem. It's nothing new that's happened over the last year. It's happened over the last 30 to 40 years, and we need to do something about it as a body. It's been something that has hurt the city economically. It's hurt businesses doing business here. It's hurt businesses that want to expand. They've been held up. It cost them money. And, I've heard recently, there's concerns about the staffing levels, and we'll address that. There may, in fact, be issues with staffing levels, but over the course of 30 or 40 years, staffing levels have gone up, staffing levels have come down. What has remained consistent is the problem in terms of the culture, the anti-business culture. And that's what this is an effort to address. As I said, we began meeting 14, 15 months ago with private sector individuals, the business community, the development community, Council members Brandow, Council member Chavez participated as well. At one point we had the mayor, and we were working on this, and then it was an effort expressed by the mayor as he brought forward his BFF 2.0 exclamation point that we may want to integrate this in that effort. So we held off, and over the past year there really hasn't been enough progress in that area. And with the change of the council, with the new council, I felt it was time to really take a look at this again, work at it, and hopefully bring it back. So we started meetings again. We had about 4 or 5 meetings. In those meetings, there was probably approximately 20 to 25 people who worked on crafting an ordinance that made sense. Just to give you some idea, people who participated were Councilmember Brandow. In the past, it was Councilmember Chavez, Darius Assimi, Dennis Gabe, Josh Peterson, Ali Nakamanis, John Brailsford, John Bonadelli, Gary Giannetta, Lee Brand, Tim Orman, Jennifer Clark, Wilma Kwan, Scott Mosier, Doug Sloan, Katie Dorr from our City Attorney's Office, Talia Kalari, Mike Prandini, Mike Miller, Mike Tolliday, Alan Weber, Dwayne Zinkin. These are all people who sat in those meetings, offered input, and tried to craft a plan that would be fair to the city of Fresno, but bring results, produce results. And that's what this is all about. This money-back guarantee is about bringing accountability, bringing transparency, and changing the culture at City Hall. Now, all of us up here run campaigns that say we're going to change City Hall, we're going to roll out the red carpet for business. Everybody knows that there is a perception that Fresno is difficult to do business with. We have one of the biggest industrial developers, John Brailsford, who has said it's very difficult to do business in the city of Fresno. I avoid it as much as I can. And he's an industrial developer. He builds thousands and thousands of square feet. That's jobs. Jobs that don't come here because of the difficulties and burdens he has in getting those buildings built. Councilmember Capriolo often says, this is a council and councils before that don't kick the can down the road. This is an effort not to kick the can down the road where for decades this problem has been ignored. We've had mayors who have peripherally touched this issue. They've made attempts. Our former mayor came up with this BFF 1.0 that has a planning process booklet. It's a good booklet. And in fact, this is the booklet with their timelines that we utilized in the money back ordinance. It's their timelines. It was their request, the administration's request, to use these processes and these timelines, and that's what's incorporated into the money back guarantee. It's not something that we just made up. It's something that we utilize with the city staff to come up with some consensus that timelines would be these, and they needed to be met, and if they weren't met, there would be a penalty. Where at this juncture, there's no penalty. You should not, as a business person, have to know a council member or a mayor or a chief of staff or somebody to get a project through that gets held up. And frankly, that's pretty much the process at this point. And there are many people that don't know a council member. There are many people that don't know the mayor, and they're just stuck. They don't know what to do, where to go, and that ought to be unacceptable for everyone. Now, if you go through the ordinance, it's very, very clear what's involved in this ordinance. It is not complicated. It is very clear. There are 4 levels of planning projects. There are 4 levels of building projects based on complexity. Again, this is taken right out of the planning process guidelines by the city of Fresno. We worked on some of them were changed, but overall there was consensus on that. And in it, it says that if the city of Fresno doesn't meet its own timelines, then the fees that are provided by the business is returned. Now, nobody wants to see any money returned. This isn't about returning money. This is about bringing accountability. The people in the business community do not want any money returned. They just want, when they come to the city of Fresno, to have a process that is streamlined, smooth, fair, and gets them where they need to be in terms of moving their business or project forward. Now, if there are delays that have nothing to do with the city of Fresno, other municipalities, other legislative bodies, legal issues, it's all documented in there. Nobody's penalized. If there are challenges in terms of people disagreeing, the applicant versus the city, there's dispute resolutions in place. We have that in place, and the city manager will be overseeing that as well. Reports of the results will be given to the city council. We put in here a quarterly basis. You may want to increase that. I was trying, again, to be fair that it's a quarterly. If other people want to do it more frequently than that, I'm quite open to that. So again, council, I know that all of you get the same calls that I do, and it's not fair to our business community. I will tell you that as we put this out there, we are getting calls from other municipalities that are already asking us about this. We have been called by Monterey. Dayton, Ohio has been interested. We're not the only one that have these problems, but this is really something that can be set as a model for other people, other municipalities to follow. Most importantly, though, we need to change the culture here. So I'm open, council, to feedback, ways you think we can improve the ordinance. I know the business communities here, they would like to weigh on this. I can't even imagine the countless hours that they put in, and I'm grateful to them. I'm grateful to our city attorney. I'm grateful to our administration for meeting and sitting and trying to come up with something that we all can agree upon, with the goal that we will send a message out not only to Fresno, but throughout the country. Fresno truly is really ready to do business. And a money-back guarantee, as John Brailsford has said, that public relations alone is invaluable. It says to other people, we really want to do business. So I'm interested to hear feedback. I know Councilmember Branda, you have comments, and then I guess it goes out into the public.
We'll take it from there. Yeah, thanks, Councilman Bredefeld. And as co-sponsor, I'd like to just say a few words. Councilman Bredefeld really laid out the heart of Money Back Guarantee, but you talked about many of us who, when we run for council, we talk about making Fresno business friendly. I quite frankly think it's the most overused term in the city of Fresno. So, but I was one of those, Councilman Bredefeld, that ran on trying to make Fresno more business friendly. As a small business owner, I had, I feel the obstacles that are often placed on business that get very frustrating. And so I was very open to the concept of money back guarantee, which in my mind, and I might be oversimplifying, but it's taking a private industry model of customer service and giving a guarantee to the customer that they're going to be satisfied. You face it in all types of models, but we don't usually see it in government. I think it's time for us to apply some of these private business models to government as much as we can. While I do acknowledge it's not a complete overlap. In private business, if you have somebody that makes a dramatic mistake, you have the opportunity to get rid of them or move them out of that position. We're not trying to do that inside of government. We're not trying to affect the employees in that way. But we do need to reach an area of customer satisfaction. In my mind, Councilman Bredefeld, I have a small business, and I've done it for over 20 years. It's a carpet cleaning business. And sometimes you just cannot, sometimes the job goes wrong. And you have to stand by your work. For a carpet cleaner, that means you offer to, you don't want to give back the check, so you want to go back out and make the job good. And you go and you make an attempt. But sometimes you have to give back the check. If you don't give back the check, if Blue Ribbon Carpet Care didn't occasionally supply its customers with that level of accountability, if I didn't give back the check, what's going to happen is that customer is going to tell dozens of their friends, and that's going to filter around the city, that Blue Ribbon Carpet Care is not really the place to go to. I want to use money back guarantee to stop some of that commentary that's taking place about the city of Fresno. I want people to know that we're going to stand by our work. I want people to know that council and the mayor's office and the departments are working, striving to reach that level of accountability. To me, it's about accountability. It's really not about giving money back. I hope that we don't have to give a dime back. That's my true goal. And in these intense meetings, Councilman Bredefeld, I really believe it's the goal of everybody at the table not to make it about the money. But if you don't add that part, there's never accountability. In the example that I gave, if I didn't have to give back the check, if I didn't care about the customer, I wouldn't even return the call. I'd keep moving forward. We can't afford to do that in the city of Fresno. We need to be accountable. I believe this adds accountability to all of us, not just DARM, not just that department, but to all of us as well, to send the message that we're going to hold ourselves accountable. Now, I would like to add really quickly, because I came in as a small business owner, now we have several, but when I came in as a small business owner, I was put on everything that had anything related to business. I was on Mayor Swearingen's task force twice. And now I've been on Mayor Brand's task force. And I would like to clear the air there. There are things getting done. There have been things that have gotten done. We have a software package, which I believe we really needed to have. And yes, even that package is not up to its full potential yet. But there have been efforts made by good people all along the way. In this most recent task force, last year we had one meeting. I personally was very disappointed for that because when I signed my name for something, I want it to be valuable. And so I was disappointed for that. Last year we wanted to bring money back guarantee, but we were asked by the administration and the departments to give them some time to digest that. So really it's been a year, but I believe bringing it back at this time makes sense. We've looked at it for a year. When we reconvened, we tightened some screws. We looked at it even closer, and I think we have a better product today than we did last year. But it's time to execute. It's time to do something on this issue. So I'm glad to co-sponsor the money back guarantee. We have the mayor up here on the dais with us. I know Councilman Bredefeld, he wants to make a few comments. Then we will go out to the public and then bring it back up to council comments. Mayor.
Thank you. I want to thank Councilman Bredefeld and Brandow for the extraordinary efforts you made to work with my administration on making this a better proposal. I want to thank the people in the building industry for the number of meetings we had, substantial changes made, and I've always been in favor of trying to promote ways to improve the business climate at the city of Fresno. And I'm hoping that this will move us forward, accomplish that purpose along with other stuff we're doing right now. The only reservation I have is that this is literally the first city in the United States I'm aware of that's doing this, so we're kind of going into uncharted territory. So there's some reservations about the impact. So my only suggestion would be up to the council is to maybe consider, 6 months evaluation to see where it's going, and then basically take it live after that. But that's the only reservation I have, just to make sure we've done this thing right, and if we need any fine-tuning down the road, we can do that. So again, my congratulations for the efforts you guys put in to make this work.
Mayor. Now we're going to go out to the public. I have a couple council members punched up. A couple folks have turned in cards. Everybody will get a chance to talk. I'm going to call the cards first. Alyssa Stevens with the Fresno Chamber of Commerce.
Good morning, President Brandow, members of the council. My name is Alyssa Stevens with the Fresno Chamber, 2331 Fresno Street. On behalf of the Fresno Chamber and our 1,200 members employing nearly 78,000 workers in the Fresno area, I'm here to express our organization's support of the Money Back Guarantee and Business Streamlining Act. The Chamber has long been supportive of improving processes that make it easier to do business in the city of Fresno. Like many of you, we're tired of seeing businesses move to Clovis or Madera or Sanger or Visalia, in large part due to frustrating inabilities of business owners, property owners, and developers to navigate City Hall. Members of our organization and non-members alike have expressed to us for decades their frustration. This is not a new problem, but it requires a new solution. While some positive steps have been made, there's more to do. Vice President Arias was quoted in the media earlier this week as calling for a sense of urgency. Councilmember Bredefeld called for a customer service-focused business model. We could not agree more with either of these sentiments. We support the concepts outlined in this legislation. Making it easier to do business in the city of Fresno is critical to growing our economy, providing more jobs, and further lowering an already decreasing unemployment rate. We have great respect for the hardworking men and women of DARM, but it is time to be aggressive with regard to fixing this problem. Concerns about implementation are fair, but we believe that by working together, the concept of a money-back guarantee can be a successful tool in moving projects along faster. Again, the Chamber is supportive of the legislation as presented here today, and we respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Alyssa. Then we have Sam Frank.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Sam Frank. I'm president of the Fresno City Employees Association. I stand here today speaking on behalf of the people who actually perform this function for DARM. I just want to say that we do not oppose a money-back guarantee. What we do oppose is a business model that says that you do not gear up for a money-back guarantee. Back in the 80s, Domino's had a 30 minutes or it's free money-back guarantee. What that CEO did first is he asked his people, okay, do we have enough delivery people to actually deliver pizzas in 30 minutes? And when the answer was yes, he said, do we have enough ovens? Do we have enough locations? Do we have enough personnel to deliver these pizzas in 30 minutes? Because the CEO of Domino's didn't want to give out free pizza. He just wanted people to have a guarantee. That's what everybody here is talking about. Guarantees are good. We support a guarantee. What we don't support is a guarantee given out when you know you're not delivering the service. And all that is to us is is an attempt to basically put pressure on a department and pressure on employees that don't have a lot of control or a lot of power. Now, we just started the budgetary cycle. We can budget to solve the problems in that department. Most of you are aware of the Excella program and how it set that department behind. If there's a hole in that department, I can give you concrete evidence of why there's a hole in that department, why it's taking so long for these permits to get finalized. And not final, but examined, for these plans to be examined. It's not just been the software. It's been turnover due to non-competitive salaries. We have a class and comp study that the city did in conjunction with FCA that shows that many personnel in departments, that they're having a hard time staffing because these personnel are not being offered a competitive salary. And so in other areas, like with the supervisors, with blue collars, they've gotten their competitive salaries. We're still looking at ours. The engineers who work in this department didn't get any raises last year to make their salaries more competitive. The plans examiners and the plans technicians got half of what they were determined. So we still have turnover problems. We have staffing problems. All of these things can be addressed in the budget. What we need to see is a plan that isn't designed to bleed out. In other words, these fees that are paid by developers want to pay these fees. All they want is timely processing, and that means you have to have the people, the infrastructure, you have to have the processes. This plan, when I looked at it, the first thing I said is, well, wait a minute. This is supposed to streamline the process, right? And I asked myself, wait a minute, this is extra bureaucracy. This is red tape. If you look at it, it tasks these employees. I'm sorry, am I done? Do I have to leave?
Go ahead, Sam.
It tasks the employees to now monitor a new program. This act puts another job in their lap. They're already overworked. They're underpaid, and they're trying their best to get caught up. The Excella was a disaster. They've solved a lot of problems with it. It's still problematic, but with them using the software, they can only do so much. Now they have to track all of this. And now they have to, when a developer comes and says, hey, you're over permit, I want my money back, now they have to examine it, they have to research it, what caused this delay. If there was a valid cause, it's not the city's fault, they have to notify them, and that doesn't stop. It doesn't stop there. Now the developer is saying, wait a minute, I don't believe you, I don't think that's true, it's not our fault. We want to appeal it, and now it has to go to an administrative judge. And so now you have to come up with up to 5 pages of reasons why you're denying the refund. And it's just extra bureaucracy. It's extra red tape. What does the act itself solve? Does it solve staffing? Does it streamline? It adds bureaucracy. It adds red tape. I'm all about timing. I would like to see us get to a point where we can address these problems further. We're still behind, and by paying out money, by paying developers fees back to them, what we're doing is we're saying, look, okay, we weren't ready for this, but we offered you the guarantee, here's your money back, but your plan still took too long, and the taxpayers are now on the hook for it. And all I can say is when you're out there in the field where you looking people in the eye and saying, I want to use your dollars to give a guarantee that we knew we couldn't meet.
Thank you, Sam. All right, that was all of our yellow cards on that item. Does any other members of the public like to address this item? Please come forward and state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Council President Branda, members of the council, and Mayor Darius Assemi with Granville Homes. We worked closely with the administration and with Councilmember Bredefeld and yourself and Councilmember Chavez from a year ago, and coming up with something that we believe could work for staff, for the administration, and for the industry. I support the money-back guarantee the way it's set up. I do agree with the previous speaker that City of Fresno may need some time to ramp up. And if there's flexibility on your end, I'm okay with that. So that you have time to gear up for whether it's a couple of more months to put the infrastructure in place. And again, the goal for all of us at the end of the day is not to actually give money back. We want the process to work expeditiously and appropriately for the citizen. I think we all agree on that. And the industry has said that multiple times. We just want a faster, more expeditious process. So if we need a few more months to get geared up, so that so that the city and administration have that in place, at least I can speak for myself and maybe some of my colleagues, and let them speak for themselves. But I'm okay with having that flexibility, so you can put the infrastructure in place. So that when this does roll out, whether it's a few months down the road versus currently it's April 1st, if it goes to July 1st or June 1st, so staff, administration have time to wrap this up, that's satisfactory, at least on our part.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public like to?
Good morning, Council President, members of the City Council. Mike Prandini, representing the Building Industry Association. We were involved in the drafting of this present ordinance and making suggestions on how to implement it, make it function well. And we support the ordinance. As the previous speakers have said, if you need a deferral of time to make it effective, to let people actually set up the structure so they can actually implement it, we don't have a problem with that, but we do believe it should be implemented, because the bottom line is the builder, developer does not want a refund. He would hate to get a refund. That means his project is stalled, and he needs to get the project moving. So that's the main line. He doesn't want to see a refund, because that means his project can't move forward. So the developers would typically want to see no refunds at all. That means their projects are moving forth. As the president of the Employees Association indicated, there may be staffing issues. Well, those need to be addressed, and I can assure you that if your monitoring shows that they've had to refund 1,000 permits because it didn't meet the timeline, somebody would look into it as to why. But if it's just one, then you know you haven't got a problem. But if it's a significant number, you'll need to obviously adjust and figure out what the problem is. Is it staffing? Is it process? And a process could be part of it. There could be processes that are gumming the works. So that maybe you just need to look at the process. A couple of years ago, when the city approved the increases to the processing fees for DARM, I requested that when the fees came back up for review, that the city actually did a review of process and not just price the application process on an inefficient procedures and policies. So to eliminate those, that may help the city meet these guidelines by possibly eliminating unnecessary and duplicative processes. So bottom line is the BIA supports this ordinance as it's written, and then because it does contain elements for review and for monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Good morning, Council. Josh Peterson, Wathen Castanos Homes. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to commend Councilmember Bredefield and Brandow for coming forward with this ordinance. Wathen Castanos Homes is currently building in Fresno County, Madera County, Clovis, and Fresno. We have a large project in Councilmember Soria's district. The problem that the city of Fresno has is you have competition. 10 years ago, you guys didn't have competition. Madera didn't have any major projects. Clovis was a fraction. Fresno County had no major viable projects. Well, they do today. And if you don't adapt to what your business model is, you will become obsolete. And it's already happened. You first did that with the general plan that was adopted. that I know Councilmember Chavez has been outwardly spoken about. You need to go back and look at your general plan. The development code came right after that, which was more restrictive. You look at processing times, it's more viable for me to go build somewhere else. I love to build in Fresno. Fresno has a viable market. You have constituents that want to live here, and given the opportunity, I'll go build in Clovis. I'm sorry, I will. It's just easier to do business. And when you talk about staffing, and I can only speak for residential permits, you're in line to do the same amount of residential permits that Clovis is. And you have a lot more staff. So I think you need to look at that as well. As far as industrial and commercial, retail, I can't speak for those. I know the same staff review all the projects. But from my perspective on the residential side, Clovis operates with a much leaner budget. And so my support to extend the implementation of this is there, but not necessarily to look at raises versus productivity. That's silly. No, we got half a raise, so we're going to do half the work. That's what I heard earlier. Why don't we look at the staff that you have and the efficiency of those staff? And if you need to add more, then you need to add more. I understand that. But let's see what you have and what your output is first. So, thank you.
Any other members of the public?
President Brandow, members of the council, Dennis Gabe, Century Communities, 7815 North Palm Avenue, Suite 101, Fresno, the builder of some of the finest homes in this community. I want to take a moment and commend Councilmember Bredefeld and Councilmember Brandow for crafting this legislation, bringing it forward, organizing the sessions that led to this. And I additionally want to particularly thank the mayor, because a year ago the mayor opposed this, and he opposed it strongly. And it is through what I'll characterize as a kind of bipartisan effort, if you will, among Councilmember Brandow, Bredefeld, and Mayor and the administration, members of his staff, that ground through the issues that are embedded in this ordinance, and as the authors have pointed out, got people together to spend a great deal of time on the details and ferret out the details into a constructive bill that, if adopted, would be positive for the entire community and for all of the citizens and builder participants in this community. I will tell you, and I will reiterate what Mr. Prandini said, the last thing I want as a home builder is to have a fee refund, because that indicates that there's some fundamental problem in the system. We don't want fees paid back to us. We pay fees irrespective of whether we think they're too high. We rarely think they're too low. But certainly, if we think they're adequate or too high, we pay them willingly on a condition, with a provision, and that is that we get service. And if we get the service, I don't believe we have ever refused to pay a fee. The problem here is we pay the fee and we don't get the commensurate service under the present conditions. There are some very, very good people in the city of Fresno. There are also, as with virtually every organization, some people who shouldn't be here. They're not in the public service context. And that's an administrative issue, a management issue that needs to be dealt with. If you need staffing, then focus on staffing, provide the appropriate services, no fees will be returned, and we'll all be in hog heaven, and the city will benefit. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm Dirk Puschel, and my business address is 923 Van Ness here in Fresno. I'm a planning consultant and have been providing those services for about 30 years. I'm not going to reiterate the things that the building industry has already told you, but from my perspective, this is a very creative solution, and creativity, I think, is the solution and to get to the problems that we are all trying to solve. So I appreciate Councilmember Bredefeld's efforts, Councilman Brandow, and of course the mayor weighing in his support, because I think through creativity and teamwork we can make this a better place to do business. So I thank you all, and I ask that you support the recommendation. Thank you.
All right, any other members of the public like to comment on this?
Andy Hansen-Smith, 335 East Kirkhoff Avenue. Just curious why other cities have not done the similar thing. Is there a reason? Is it bad for taxpayers? Is it just going to lead to staff rubber stamping projects that shouldn't be rubber stamped? So that would just be the questions I would ask. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Any other members of the public like to make a comment? All right, we're going to come back up. Councilman Bredefeld, we're going to give you a second to make your motion. And
Yeah,
then
I'd just
we've
like
got
to-
council members that want to speak.
Yeah, make a motion to approve the ordinance.
I'll second that motion. All right, we have some council members punched up. First, your Councilman Esparza.
Yes. So I want to thank Councilman Bredefeld and Councilman Browndell for being proactive and bringing this resolution forward. It's a very critical issue, I think, has needed to be addressed for a very, very long time in this building. I want to thank the folks that came up to speak and provide your input. Sam, Frank, we're almost at the lunch hour, so if you want to test that pizza delivery theory, I think now's the time. I think all of us on this dais agree that this is a problem that needs solving and that we need to do something to increase the level of service coming out of the city department. And I'm really looking forward to a lively discussion this morning on precisely some of the details on how we're going to do that. Because I do want to support a version of this resolution. But reading through the language of it, there do seem to be some unanswered questions. Kind of an ambiguous dispute resolution process. Of course, the fierce debate between the cash or credit, giving back. And then among my biggest concerns, if it is going to be cash, really evaluating the fiscal impact on the department. So I do support that money staying within DARM and not crowding in or crowding out other city departments and the general funds. However, if things really are as bad as we say they are, and we sort of pass this as is, and it goes into effect tomorrow or next month, I think it could lead to the implosion of the department, right? Practically a death sentence in terms of the amount of revenue that could potentially be lost. And so, I've listened to other folks, and I had the same thoughts about really evaluating, having some kind of evaluation period, and determining what the real fiscal impact is going to be. And that brings us to the next question of providing the appropriate resources so that this administration has a fighting chance at, finally really addressing this issue. So I'm looking forward to, letting other council members kind of air out their concerns, but that is my primary concern.
Councilman Chavez.
Thank you, President Brandau. I want to thank Councilmember Bredefeld for his leadership on this. It's been a long conversation, and also want to thank our partners in the development community, and then Sam, thank you for reaching out and giving us your input. And I kind of want to paint the background of, I was reflecting a couple of weeks ago, and as one of our jobs, we have to be problem solvers, and we're trying to fix something here that is not working for what the city is now and at that point in time. And the general plan, I think, is a big piece of that. The development code as well. I've been here for almost 10 years. The first day I got here, I remember my predecessor, Sal, gave me a stack of plans that we've had. And I want to talk about that a little bit because I think that 100% influences how staff react to that. We talk about culture and the culture. Well, culture changes with every administration, with every council member that comes and goes, because at the end of the day, we're just passing through. And I don't say that to make excuses for anybody, because everybody that knows me knows I want to reward our employees that do a good job, and I also want to address the ones that do not. But that definitely plays a part. And so to me, doing nothing is not going to be an option about this. I want to get to a point where we have a system that does not require giving money back. And I don't think there's anybody on the dais or in the development community that actually wants to give cash back and give money back. We know that that's essentially an admission of failure. and we don't want to get to that point. In the previous conversations, and I communicated this to Councilmember Bredefeld, I told you I prefer credits to the cash back. I think that's a more workable solution, but anybody that knows me knows I'm pragmatic. I'm open to coming up with something that works. Understanding that this body gives direction by way of majority. And so I appreciate the comments from colleagues, especially the new ones that will be here. But here's some things that I'd like to see in this program so that we can actually make sure that it's going to work and that it's going to be effective. I think the first thing we need to get is that staffing and capacity report from the administration on exactly the caseload that our folks in planning are dealing with, what that looks like. I think we should also explore, there was a time when I believe it was in the 90s, when somebody came in and staff was just super swamped and could not do that. They could actually take that to a company and have some of that work process, and then they would come back and bring it to the planning department and sign off on the checklist, so to speak. Also, I like to get monthly reports of where we're at with these projects that are in the pipeline. I understand that Excella is fully running, and so I don't think that will be too much of a challenge to get. And then also the ramp-up time, I think we do need to have that, Councilmember Bredefeld, for ensuring that whatever we do is going to be as successful as possible. And so with that, I'm open. I'm happy to support. I'd love to hear from some of my colleagues, especially the new folks that have joined us, because I think at the end of the day, however the vote goes down, I think we're going to own this, and I think we need to be very cautious and careful about how we go about doing that. Thank you.
Councilman Arias.
Thank you, Council President Brandau. And I appreciate the chamber quoting me. I think it's going to be the first time on record that they quote me. But I do also want to start off by expressing some extreme concerns I have. As many of you in the audience may know, that this council, by charter, has this very clear mandate. Our mandate is to adopt a budget, adopt policies, hire and supervise the attorney and the city clerk. Operations, day-to-day operations, hiring and firing are the responsibility and the jurisdiction of the mayor of Fresno and the strong mayor for former government that we have. My concern is that this is inviting us into micromanaging operations that are clearly in the jurisdiction and the responsibility of the mayor of Fresno. I appreciate that there's been some collaboration, but I want to make sure that we're clear what we're about to do by going into such detail with the policy that essentially outlines operational steps in the city of Fresno. Because as a new council member, I too, like Luis, have a list of projects that are behind schedule. Park projects are now shovel ready. So am I to bring a policy forward next council meeting that micromanages that operation and that puts back and gives that money back guarantees to the taxpayers for the parks that are not being built, even though they were funded and approved by this body, even though we received federal grants to execute that work? With that said, I want to be very conscious about what we're about to engage in. I like to say that we all have a lane, and Councilmember Chavez is right. We're part of the problem-solving folks that have to figure out our way through this work. To date, I still don't have an understanding of the scope of the problem. So I'd like staff to come forward and explain to me the scope of the problem before us. I've heard that 80% of the projects are on time, that this would only essentially impact 20%. I've heard that 80% of our projects are behind schedule and not on time. So I expect the administration that can speak to the scope of the problem as it currently exists.
Jennifer, do you mind addressing that, please?
So, Councilmember Arias, I appreciate the question. So there are a number of metrics that are reported on by the various components of an operation. So we have planning metrics. There are over 5,000 applications that were processed for entitlements last year. Depending on the level, there is a variety. There is a range. Each quarter, we have a range of what's on time and what's not on time. And
you could, just as defined by this or act, how many of those projects would be on time and not on time?
so I can't go in right now and tell you that, because we would have to go back per this ordinance to define, was it overdue because we sent it back to the applicant and we were waiting more information? Was it overdue because we were waiting on comments from an outside agency? Was it overdue for another reason, right? Because it wasn't complete. When we receive a lot of incomplete applications that we process, and we continue to work with the applicant to make sure that we can get it through. So I can't give you that number.
When would staff be able to give us that analysis?
We would have to go through over 20,000 records to determine that.
So you're asking us to approve a money-back guarantee with the administration's support without understanding the scope of the problem nor the potential impact to us fiscally? To whomever would like to speak to it. I thought by now we would have this ironed out. We would know what the potential fiscal impact would be to the city given.
I think that's why, and I'm going to jump in. Thank you, Jennifer, for answering that question. I think that's why the mayor said that we do support, and we've been working closely with Councilmember Bredefeld and Brandow, but we would like a 6-month grace period so we really fully understand what we're dealing with. Jennifer's right. It would take us quite some time to go back through the entitlements and look to see what each problem was and tally up, what refunds we'd have to give, et cetera. And that takes us off of processing entitlements, right? So it's staying the course and making sure we're processing entitlements and being as business friendly as we can possibly be. And that's why the 6-month grace period would really help us get a true handle and tweak staffing and everything else accordingly.
So let's play this out. If we were to approve this as proposed, and you have a 6-month grace period as is being recommended, and we find out that 80% of the projects are late, and that would essentially collapse the planning department, what do we do then?
I think
Would we pull back and not move forward with this proposal?
Pardon me?
Would we pull back at that time and not move forward?
Well, I mean, that would be up to council's purview, but we would work with you to figure out appropriate staffing levels. If we need more timeline to process a specific entitlement. So we would learn a lot during that 6 months, because we would be doing an accurate accounting of each and every entitlement.
Thank you.
Per this proposal.
Thank you. Have we talked to the frontline staff and the employees about what are the challenges in processing permits on time? Did the authors of this ordinance sit down with the employees?
Did the authors sit down with the employees and say, what is your problem in processing this permitting time?
Or did you hear from any of the employees that actually handle the permits?
No, I didn't hear from anybody until I understood that the head of the union who spoke before you was expressing his opposition to this. And you made the case that the administration is responsible for the administration. It isn't us to go into the weeds into their department. It is us to set a good, effective policy. So that's what we're attempting to do. And, I will address, in light of what you said, where Mr. Frank said, this will add red tape and bureaucracy, and all of this should be taking place right now. The questions you're asking, Miguel, absolutely right. This process should be happening now. Every permit that comes through should be processed through. It shouldn't require a money-back guarantee for this to happen. This should all be going on, and it all should have been going on all through these years. Now, just the mere fact that we brought this to the dais, this is already bringing the accountability right here just in the discussion. Well, we're not meeting the timelines. What's needed? Is there more staff? That should have been all going on in the last 30 years, but it hasn't. And the staff levels have gone up, the staff levels have gone down. What has remained consistent is the culture, which has been anti-business. You're asking the right questions, but this isn't doing anything except what should be happening, and it's holding some accountability because it's not.
Thank you, Councilmember. I do have a couple of other questions. Yeah. So we're not clear yet about the scope of the problem nor the financial liability potentially to the city. Do we know if this ordinance was to be approved, would this apply retroactive to any other projects?
But this is only going forward. This is not retro to anything.
Okay.
Once this goes into effect, if we set the timeline, let's say April 1, that's when the money back ordinance goes in. If we set it, May 1st, that's when the money back ordinance goes into effect.
Now,
But I think,
if I may. What about projects in which a developer moves forward with the process, meets their permitting deadlines, but the project is challenged, and therefore we have to withdraw permits because they followed the city's process, the city's advice? Would that development be...
When you say challenged by a lawsuit?
Correct.
Yeah, no, there's no penalty. It's in the ordinance.
Okay. A couple of other things that concern me. I still don't have a clear picture on why the system is broken. I do recognize it's broken. I wish there would have been a full-fledged presentation by staff breaking down where it is that, our system has gaps and failures. Without that, I'm hesitant to move forward with this kind of ordinance. I do think, to Councilmember Chavez's point, if we do move forward with it, I'm far more comfortable with the credit versus cash because, one, as you heard, we don't know what those implications are. And the last time I checked, there is no money laying around in City Hall for any extra projects. I would like monthly updates so that we can track exactly the scope of the problem that we're going to have to deal with. I also like us to actually fund the staffing levels that the department needs and to fill the vacancies that are outstanding. And I do want us to either have the administration or somebody talk to the employees who are involved in touching these permits every day to get a clear picture about what obstacles they think could be easily overcome so that we're not having to give credit or money back to anyone. And I would lastly suggest that there's a lot of projects and contracts that we enter into and they don't perform, and we never ask for our money back. We spent a ton of money on a software system. I think both sides have acknowledged that there's a ton of glitches on that system. I'm not hearing anybody in the administration asking for our money back from the software company. We enter into agreements every single day with a lot of providers, and we never ask for money back when they fail to meet their obligations as outlined in our contracts. What I hear is folks giving us very thoughtful explanations on why it was impossible, why it was just a goal or a target or a projection, but nobody's ever held accountable at a management level or at a contracting level for not fulfilling their obligations to the city and to the taxpayers. So if we're gonna go down the path of giving money back, then we should also consider asking for money back from contractors who don't fulfill their commitments or sell us a bag of goods, in this case, software that doesn't work. Thank you, Council President.
Mayor?
These are really good questions that were raised. This is part of the process that we engaged this year that weren't engaged last year. Let me start off with the first one, is metrics. There's a lot of anecdotal information out there, and I'm not trying to defend anybody. This is a system that's run for years. But we haven't found any other city, at least in California, that actually measures metrics and how long does it take to get this. There's no firm statistics out there. So a lot of this stuff is based on assumption, just to lay it out. On Excella was replaced a system, a land-based system that had been here since 1995, totally outdated. It took too long. But this was during the Great Recession when I was here with some other councilmen when we didn't have the money. This was $3.5 million to purchase Excella. I think it was done in 2016. Correct me if I'm wrong, City Manager. And we've met with the employees, and it's a major process just to migrate a new software system, a GIS-based software. And we tried, and I'll admit, I pushed it as much as I could, almost probably too fast, but part of the problem is the data conversion from the old to the new, and these are the bugs that came in. The same time we were doing this, Seattle was doing the same software. So Excella is a national software company. There's nothing unique about it. Actually, other cities had more problems than we had. We met yesterday with our city staff, There's really two primary divisions. One is planning and one is building. On planning, we're further along, probably 95%, Monique. And on the building side, it's probably 70%. And I asked the question, when will we get through most of the bugs? And my own company, about 10 years ago, changed our software system on a property management. It was a major problem in data conversion and all the elements that come involved. You almost have to go one step backwards to go two steps forward. That's the best way to talk about Excella. But on the other issues, this is some of the stuff that was changed from last year to this year. One, it defined 4 levels of complexity. So if it's a simple solar permit, timeline's going to be shorter. If it's a complex industrial project, it's going to take longer. Those things were carefully sorted out with industry representatives and my staff to make sure we had those labeled properly. We also talked about when something comes in the process, you're going to go through probably 7 or 8 city departments and potentially, based on the project, like a tentative track map, other agencies like the Flood Control District, Caltrans, San Joaquin Air Control Board, and so on. And this went into more detail in defining if, in the fact, it's at an outside agency, the city's not going to be accountable for it. This was not really clarified before. That was very clarified this time around. If there's litigation or like it has to go to the planning commission or any kind of body, that was factored in. And again, these are great questions because there's a lot of unintended consequences out there. The biggest one being, roughly right now, about 75% of the packages that we accept are not complete. For example, I've got an architectural plan, engineering plans, but the street study is not complete. But we accept it to get it moving. So one thing that may happen with a timeline on, the city may say, we're not going to accept any applications till they're complete. Okay? So we have to figure this stuff. That's why I wanted a 6-month trial period to make sure. I don't want to set it backwards. I think if executed properly, this can work. But there's a lot of things we're going to have to work out. The devil's in the details to get there. And I'm committed, it's like everybody on this dais is committed to making the city move forward. And despite all the issues we had, we were able to process the last 2 years record volumes of valuation, of track maps, of permitting, and so on. The city was generated almost 5,000 jobs in the last couple of years. Unemployment rates the lowest it's been in the city's history. So there are things going on, and we're affected like Clovis, Visalia. We've lost people. Sam mentioned the class and comp study. We need to pay more money. We're losing engineers. We have engineer positions for over a year vacant. We need to basically do, in our scope, define what our staffing should be. I tried to beef it up last year in the budget, but basically in a graph, the volume's going up, the staffing's going down. And it's not going to work until we have the right people in the right place. And on Excella, we're going to have to get people in the planning division and the building division that are experts, to have the capability to monitor, produce reports, so we're fair to our employees, that they're being measured properly. This is a conversation that has to be had. I'm willing to continue, willing to answer the tough questions. This is one effort to go forwards. If we can, again, have a 6-month trial period to sort it out, and whether we use credits or pay cash, it's going to cost one way or another. If you give a credit of X amount of dollars, whether it comes this fiscal year or next fiscal year, you're going to have to write a check or make up for it one way or the other. We mentioned just writing checks to make it more impactful, to get the message across. And that's the potential benefit, is the messaging and pushing the city forward to try to be the best we can be and provide the services that our citizens need. Thank you.
I think I'm next, so if that's okay, Council President. Okay, so one, I want to thank everyone. I want to thank my colleagues for bringing this forward. I want to thank the line staff, because really, even though we have issues, I think our line staff, for the most part, are trying to get the job done. And what I hear today, a lot of excuses. I'm hearing a lot of excuses about what is happening. I think we've had 2 years to work on this issue, to be honest. And, I want to thank the developers for being part of the conversation. I know that there's small business owners also in our community that are frustrated with what we have. I think accountability starts at the top. And so what surprises me is that this hasn't been a priority over the last 2 years. And it has to take the council to micromanage to figure out how to get the job done. And it's frustrating, I will tell you guys. I've been here now 5 years, and I continue to hear the story over and over, lots of excuses. I do understand there's a problem. I don't know the scope of the problem because we're the policy-making body. I have talked to staff, to Sam, to hear kind of what they are seeing from the ground. I did get numbers, and the mayor is correct. We have received record permits in this last year. I think in this last year, 2018, we processed over 15,000 permits and 5,000 entitlement. That's a lot of work. So one, that's why I want to thank the staff, because if the staff wouldn't be getting the job done, we wouldn't have enough of these permits processed in this last year. What I also do know that is in the last year, we've had doubled our vacancies. So you wonder why we're late with your guys' permits. It's because our department is not staffed appropriately. And we can pass this policy, right? You guys don't want your money back. You want to get your permit so you can start building. That's what you want to do. And so we're not going to solve the problem if we don't fill the vacancies. This body engaged in a conversation a few years ago when we were having staffing problems with the police department. We couldn't hire enough police. We had like 25 to 30 vacancies at a time. I would suggest that this body really considers looking at what we're paying our members, the employees, especially some of these like engineers, the specialized positions, so that our salaries are competitive, so that they're not leaving to go to the private sector, so that they're here filling these vacancies. I would also suggest to this body that just like we did with the police department, and I believe it was Councilmember Brandow, and I'm not sure who else, that led the efforts on a signing bonus. Well, guess what? We should be doing that for these. If this is crucial and time is of the essence, we should be moving forward with that. We know that there's a comp study that is already completed, and we made efforts in this last budget cycle, but if this is a priority, we should be investing our general fund dollars to pay these people competitive salaries so that we fill the vacancies. The vacancies is what's also causing the delay. If we don't have the infrastructure to be able to move forward these processes, I don't disagree with these processes. I think that we should be meeting these timelines, but if we don't have the staff, then we're not going to accomplish anything. So, I commend my colleagues for bringing a policy forward to try to keep folks accountable, but we also need to build the infrastructure. And I'm tired of excuses. We need to make sure that we fix the problem. We've been talking about this for, the last decade about making the city of Fresno a business-friendly city. I know that we become very business-friendly when Amazon and Ulta come. We become very business-friendly. But when the restaurant in the Tower District wants to open up, we're not. When developers want to build in some of our neighborhoods or invest, we aren't. And so things got to change. And so, I do have concerns in terms of what this means with general fund dollars and the unintended consequences. But I think that we need to get serious about having a correct staffing plan. I know I just mentioned we have this month 15 vacant positions that are related to development services. That's why things aren't getting done around here. There's no people, enough people to get the job done. So one of the questions that I have for Jennifer, in terms of the appropriated budgeted amount for this fiscal year, 18-19, do we have enough budgeted positions even though we have 15 vacancies?
Right, so a number of these vacancies are new positions that were added in this fiscal year. So as you know, this is a priority for the administration, and it has been a priority for my staff for some time. There were 5 additional positions added this year. Some took effect in October, some took effect in January. So some of the new positions reflected in January are new, and so they're additional to what we had at the end of last year. But we do spend a lot of time recruiting I know it's not just in development department, it's also in public works, it's also in public utilities. We have difficulty recruiting engineers because we're competing not just with the private sector, but with other public agencies, and it is a supply and a demand issue. So we
need competitive wages. We did very similar, and I think that when we tried to hire more police officers, a $5,000 bonus attracted folks to come here. So I think we need to be considering that if we have these many vacancies, because I think 15 is a lot. And even though I think I've heard it from you guys, it takes a long time to hire people.
It does.
So what are our efforts? I know that you say it's a priority, but what does that mean? How are we making efforts if our salaries are competitive? What are we doing to try to compete?
So there has been a lot of emphasis on recruitment, on reaching out to professional agencies, to universities in the state of California that produce these kinds of diplomas. We actually, our former building official had met with City College on some of their career tech training centers, and we're working with them to try to develop the plan check field again. They had not been doing it for a while. They're doing it again now to make sure that we start having individuals in queue. So there's significant outreach to try to attract individuals to come to the city of Fresno, and it's really not just a city of Fresno challenge, right? So cities across the state are challenged in attracting employees who are qualified for the position. And right now, the economy is really great, which is wonderful for everyone. This is a time, every economic cycle, we have difficulty attracting qualified personnel. When the construction industry is down, we'll have people standing on our doorsteps, banging on the door, wanting to come work here. So and we won't have jobs, right? So it's a cycle, and it's difficult. This is why Councilmember Chavez brought up a great point. This is why we need a relief valve. So when we do get to high construction periods, we need to be able to send work out to consultants, to third-party reviewers, to ensure that our staff can continue to have a solid standard baseline where they know what the work level is every day. And during high peaks, we have a way to get plans out the door and back to the city.
If we had the 15 vacancies filled, would it help with are those enough positions to deal with the demand that we have with all the number of permits?
So that's a really difficult question to answer, because since I've been here, we haven't had every vacancy filled. So I can't tell you what it looks like to operate at that level. I can tell you, in talking to one of our supervisors in building and safety, he said, if we can fill some of these key positions, we can keep up with the work that is in the queue. So if we can fill these positions, we can meet the timelines. There are certain state laws that we have to comply with, and that takes a significant amount of time for staff to review and evaluate. And because we're certifying to the public that we're meeting state law, it's not just about rubber stamping a plan that comes in. We have an obligation to the public that says when we say a plan meets code, that it meets code, and there's a reason for that. And so, yes, we believe that the vacancies will bring us into line with our current workload, but I can't guarantee you that if the workload goes up or changes. So the complexity of the work, they see anywhere from small tenant finishes and patios all the way to massive hospital projects and distribution centers. So it's not just single family homes or a single type of use that we're reviewing. They see a broad use. So if it's primarily on the complex side, I don't know that I can say that the exact staffing level that we have. So we look at it and we evaluate it every year. How do we meet the needs of the demand that's coming in the door?
Okay. Those are all the questions that I had for you. So, just a clarification from our city attorney. In terms of today, are we voting on the item, or is the item today just for introduction, and then the final vote will come in our next meeting?
This is introduction today. You may vote, but the binding vote would have to be next time.
Okay. So, You know, in listening to the conversation and the intent of this item before us, you know, I'm in agreement. We have to do something, and we can't continue doing the same thing and expect different results. But what I do recognize from the conversations with our employees representative is that we need to do something to help with the staffing plan and to ensure that we're attracting competitive candidate, or that we're competitive when we're attracting candidates for that. I would, as part of, at least, if you guys want to get my support, I want to make sure that the staffing component is included in the motion, that we come back with a policy to include signing bonuses so that we are hiring people and attracting them faster. We have 15 vacant positions. So 5,000 times 15,000, not a lot of money, but if we're serious about staffing up our department, let's just get it done and try to figure out how we're attracting these folks, and that we bring this class and comp study within the next 60 days to figure out how we're going to move forward with the plan to make sure that the people that we have, we're not losing them to the private sector, that they're actually staying here because they have the knowledge, the history, and but are being competitive salaries. So if you guys want my support, those are the things that I am offering. If you guys can add those to the motion. Obviously, today is for introduction, but those things are important to me so that we're moving forward in the right direction.
Councilmember Soria, so appreciate and I agree 100% with what you said. So maybe we can work out here a compromise, and since it is for introduction, we get to vote. Incorporate, what Councilmember Soria mentioned about the staffing capacity, the workload, the comprehensive report as part of this. We do a trial run for 6 months, beginning May 1st. We do monthly reports of these projects to the council, and we give administration the ramp-up time to set up for this program as part of this motion. Would you agree to the amendment?
I would. Let me just be clear. So what you're saying is the project will start May 1st. The program will start May 1st. It will run for 6 months. There will be refunds. We will get monthly, if there are refunds, hopefully not. We will get monthly reports. We will also have an evaluation on the staffing levels that are needed. That addresses what Councilmember Soria says in terms of looking at the staffing levels. And we will have these monthly reports after the 6 months. This will come back to the council. We'll do an analysis and see where we are. Is that correct?
And we want to be clear, if at that point we find out that this is not working, I mean, this body reserves the right to either terminate or modify it as needed.
Always.
To be clear.
So, Councilmember Chavez, just to be clear, are you guys still proposing a cashback?
Yes.
As part of the trial run.
I'm not comfortable with cashback. We have a fiduciary duty to make sure that we protect taxpayer funds. So until somebody can tell me what the exposure financially is for the city, either projected or potential, I'm not comfortable with the cashback. I couldn't support a cashback.
Okay, I understand. I would love to know what the exposure is in cash that we've lost to businesses who don't want to do business here. That I'd love to know too.
I would agree that an analysis of both would be great.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm prepared to move forward on that compromise, Councilmember Chavez.
So can I just add, so you guys would agree that we could bring forward in the next meeting as part of this motion that we're going to do signing bonuses to try to attract qualified candidates?
No.
I'm okay with that.
Well, I think then
if we want to fill the vacancies, and we've had over a year, we've consistently had 10 vacancies on average.
Yeah, but
so that's no wonder we have a backlog. So the only way really to meet the demands is by making sure that we're staffed up.
I think that would be part of the workforce capacity. Absolutely. We need to be looking at the capacity of our employees.
You mean in terms of a report?
Well, if we're serious about getting this done, we have to bring something forward immediately. Otherwise, how are we going to try to incentivize people? Similar to what we did with the police officers.
Well, and part of that will also be the workload, right?
I think a lot of that would come out with the trial run also. We get to see what the current staffing levels can do, what they can process on time, and then what our true staffing levels should be. I think we learned that in the 6 months. And we
Just
can
to
do,
be
I mean,
clear-
and like I said, I've been working with our personnel department and DARM to figure out how to fill those vacancies, and we're doing
What
everything.
you're basically asking us is to engage in experiment with cashback guarantees.
I think a true trial run should not include the refunds. I think a 6 month trial run should not include the refunds.
I would agree with you.
Well, I disagree. So,
President, I punched up. and
Yes, you're up
everybody's
right now.
talked 15 times and said the same thing over and over, so maybe I could add something fresh.
Yes, please do.
Thank you very much. Again, I thank everyone for being here. And I'm not sure this solves the problem, but it's brought it to a head, and we can all discuss this as we're doing here. But what I hear from all this is I see people going in every direction possible. So what that tells me is that I can't solve a problem until I understand the elements of the problem. And there are so many dynamics from bonuses to pluses and credits. I don't even know how you could do a credit situation effectively. So for me, I need to understand a problem before I can solve it. And I think we all would like to solve a problem, but we don't know all the metrics, the dynamics, the issues that are before us. Fortunately, this conversation has brought them to the forefront. Now we have to figure out a way to address those and actually solve a problem. So I feel that we have to, as simple as that sounded, Sam, that was fantastic. What rings in my ears over and over is dominoes. Domino's figured out each level of the process to get where you're going to go equals guarantee. By the dialogue, we have no idea what we're doing. Yeah, we need to figure out the process that we need to engage in to fix it. And just throwing this on top of it brought the conversation here, which is good. I appreciate that from my colleagues, but I haven't heard a real true solution because we haven't really truly identified the problems. So if it's staffing or other things, I'd like to ask my colleagues, we're very, very conscious of the budget, and I don't know, no one has said which department from the general fund is going to suffer the flow of cash from their budgets or future budgets, since budget is coming up, to facilitate this particular problem identification and solution. It's going to be very expensive. So I don't know, police, parks, fire, who's going to put their dollars into the equation so we can solve this problem? So for me, until we do that in a trial program to sit down with all the people that are here, and Sam and his people, I think especially, we're not going to be able to really solve. We're putting a Band-Aid on something. So let's suture it up, but we have to identify the issue, and then we'll fix it. And I think in 6 months, this has gone on. I don't hold any past mayor directly responsible for this, and everyone says they're going to make a difference, but it's gone on for decades. So let's do it the right way this time, and not just kind of fix it and hope it works out. And again, I want to see where that budget money is coming from to pay all these situations off. So I'm supporting a trial run that does not result in penalties, that will enable us to put together a package that will truly satisfy everyone that spoke today and those that haven't spoken, that is the staffers, or haven't had their moment here. So let's pump the brakes a little bit. We can't solve a 30, 40-year problem in one meeting. There's lots of diversity. I see some people out here that have lost money that's gone forever. Not because of the staff per se, but different things that have occurred. So with that in mind, if we do a 9-month pilot program, if you want to call it, without penalties, and go forward once we identify those problems and do a really, really good solution, and it might be exactly what we're talking about today. But I can't support something that no one has really identified the problems, not the authors, not the administration. I hear it, but I haven't seen precise problems that I can precisely solve. So that's my position. Thank you. I won't be speaking again.
Council President, if I may, every time we have these conversations, I try to ground myself on what's our core responsibility as an elected body. The charter is very clear. This council is responsible for budget, for taxpayer funds. It's not the administration or staff that has to answer to the public when we have to do budget cuts or raise taxes or raise fees. It's us. That's our fundamental responsibility as governing body. So I'm open to a cash back on a couple of conditions. One, that the administration doesn't have the authority to award the cash back. It has to be the council who formally approves it. And that when that cash back, if there is any necessary cash back, that it also comes forward with the budget cuts to make up for that lost revenue. So the administration would have to bring forward potentially a cash back to a development project with where the money's going to come from and what we're going to cut to make sure that we clearly know what the fiscal impact is to the city and to the residents that we serve. So again, I'm open to a cash back in the trial period if it requires council approval and it clearly indicates what's going to be cut in exchange for that cash back.
We can add that to the amendments that we put in. That'll work.
Thank you.
We're ready to vote, Council President?
Well, we have some of our colleagues still punched up. So let me ask everybody this before we proceed. It's 12:30. I've already gone a half hour into your lunchtime. That's okay. We can live with that. But do we want to consume the entire lunchtime, or do we want to stop for an hour and come back?
Councilmember Brent, or Council President, well, I don't know who else is punched up.
I know Councilman Esparza, Wilma is punched up. Mayor Brand, that's for Mayor Brand. For Mayor Brand wants to respond and talk about some of the things that have been brought up, and so need to make a decision.
I would continue, but I don't know what everyone
No, I think we
else.
should finish it.
Okay.
Just finish, and this is we can continue having the discussion also, at the second time because it has to come back.
Perhaps, Council President, if that's the decision, you could order lunch or somehow, so we can expedite. We have the airport workshop in my district and other items that maybe we could take a 10-minute lunch once you provide some lunch for us. And then hopefully at that time we can all gather our thoughts into one continuous stream of energy. But
what we're going to do in that case is we've just got the Turtle Cafe downstairs, and hopefully we'll have 15 minutes. But Nelson, you're up.
Sure. So, we've been going in circles, and I'm not sure what formally has been amended. Councilor Doug, what are the formal amendments that have been attached so far? Can you read those off, please?
That's not very clear.
Oh, okay. All right.
I can clarify for you. So we're going to incorporate what Councilmember Soria mentioned to the original makers of the motion, Doug, and include the staffing capacity workload analysis for the employees. We're going to do a trial run of 6 months, beginning in May 1st. We're going to do a monthly report of the project status to the council, and we're going to give the administration the time to ramp up these projects. And then the last piece that Councilmember Arias plugged in was that the cashbacks that come in as part of the monthly report will be ratified by the council coming back. Are we clear?
And then the maker and second of the motion are good with that?
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefield, I did want to add one more, and maybe Councilor Doug, you could probably help us out on the language for this. So, as I mentioned in my first comments, I feel like the dispute resolution section is a little ambiguous, and ultimately, what I was thinking was we really this needed to be a pilot, and it needed to sunset. But if we're not going to do that, I think we should provide staff direction, the department, DARM, some of the flexibility to incorporate their language into the dispute resolution process. So that's a little ambiguous on our part, but we're pretty much putting the ball in staff's hands to kind of redo that section.
Well, could I comment on that? The dispute resolution was agreed upon with DARM, with the mayor. I think they're all comfortable unless you're not. I think it's a fair process, and it was developed with the administration. I think it's clear to them, and we have analysis by the city manager who is going to be overseeing the dispute resolution. Would you care to comment at all, either mayor or city manager, on that?
No, I appreciate the opportunity to work with you on that, and we're all comfortable with that section of the ordinance.
Okay.
Is the labor leaders comfortable with the dispute resolution, or the employees? I'm assuming we're going to have to backfill employees when they're out managing appeals. And has that been worked out?
Sam, is this something you could speak to?
Not just the administration and the authors that have to figure out how to implement this.
I'm definitely okay with a study being done and with it being introduced as a pilot program. I'm not sure we should just automatically start paying out on it. Also, I don't think it's been answered. If somebody's in the process right now, at what point are they cut off? In other words, if you start the pilot and somebody's almost done with their project and now it comes in late, do they get paid out? So I'm not sure. If you're going to do a pilot, I think it should be to study the impact, the potential impact, so that you know that when you actually get to the point that you're offering the guarantee, and you can offer it with a clear conscience that it's a good business model for Fresno and that it's going to work.
I had one thing. If you're amending, we haven't addressed the budgeting part. Where's the money coming from? I mean, we have to figure out which general fund dollars are going to be used to do the study and implement the potential. It could be millions of dollars. I don't know. But where's that coming from? The motion does not address
it. It comes from the general fund, Paul.
Well, what part of the general fund? I'd like some general fund for
the way the ordinance is worded, it would come from the department responsible. So if it's DARM, it's DARM. If it's fire, it's fire. If it's another public works, it's public works.
So they have enough within their budget now to take on this load, which to me seems pretty significant. But if that's your assurance, good luck, Jennifer.
Councilmember Arias, could you read off that last amendment that you suggested? Because the fact that we don't know, the fiscal impact, makes me a little uncomfortable with moving forward and providing refunds within those first 6 months. And so, I'd like to see a blackout period, but I want you to repeat for myself and for our audience here.
Sure. Let me give you some background. My hope is, since we don't have a clear understanding of the fiscal impact to the city now, because staff has not done that analysis, that before we're in a position to give any permit petitioner money back, that the staff would have to come forward with that proposal to give that money back. And in that proposal, they would tell us where the money's coming from. Essentially, if we're taking it from the fire department, Councilmember Capriolio, what does that mean? Are they not going to fill a firefighter position? If we're taking it from the DARM, does that mean they're not going to fill a engineering or a planner position because they didn't budget for that significant cash back? That's going to be a very hard conversation for us to have when we're considering these money back guarantees. So my friendly amendment was that the money back guarantees would have to require council approval, and with those approvals, we would have to clearly know where the money's coming from prior to approving a money back guarantee.
Wilson, are you done? The floor is yours. Are you done? I think what we... Well, are you calling him up?
Yes, Mr. Assimi, and I believe Mr. Peterson also expressed a desire to speak.
Well, okay. But then here's my goal, right before you speak, Darius. We've got a motion, a second. It's taken in friendly amendments. We've got the mayor who still wants to speak. Paul, did you punch up again? Okay. And then, so I'm going to call for the question really quickly. We'll see where we sit and move on from there. And it might take another round of discussion, but go ahead.
I appreciate all your comments, and you make really very valid points. This is about a higher level of accountability. From our perspective, as an industry. And yes, you have to ramp up and you have to ramp down. And these are difficult times to attract more staff, more planners, more engineers. And yes, we may have to have sign-in bonuses and higher pays to attract. You have to look at the entire package at some point. We believe you need to have enough time to ramp up. Figure out your staffing issues, address that. Hopefully that can be addressed in the next few months. So you address that, and then you want a trial period that is in effect, that has the money back guarantee in effect. But for the trial period to be effective, it needs to overlap the processing time of the maps. So if we did it for, let's say, 3 or 5 months, and some of these timelines are 6 or 9 or 12 months, they need to kind of coincide so that you get a good picture of what's taking place. And Councilmember Capriolio, you make some great points about what is the exact problem, how much money do we have to give back, Councilmember Urias. None of us will know that. I don't believe DARM knows that. I don't believe the administration can figure that. There's so many variables. How many permits are going to be pulled? When is the recession going to hit, which we anticipate sometime next year? So it is going to be impossible to figure out what is the exact fiscal impact. I don't believe there's a mechanism by which we can figure that out. So there's a lot of balls in the air. So in management, sometimes you just got to go, okay, we're going to go. At some point, we got to pull the trigger on this thing and then let the chips fall where they may. Plan it as well as we can, put as much information in it, but if we water it down too much, then we go back to having nothing. This industry understands today there is a shortage of labor and all across, from top management all the way down to the folks in the field. So we want staff and administration to have enough time to ramp up, put systems in place, ramp up. It's not unlimited number of time. Again, this is a great body, so maybe it's a 5 or 6 month time period to get things ramped up. And so having enough staff, you guys can address those issues, but then go. If we to do more studies and wait, we're just going to kick the can downfield, in my opinion. So I hope that this body will move this ball downfield, pull the trigger. You have enough amendments that you've made to come back in front of you. And by the way, the first time I think a department comes in front of you and says we have to give money back, I think one of your questions is going to be, why did you not meet the timelines? And then that will address a bunch of issues. It's staffing issues, you can address that. If it's, by the way, if it is a staffing issue, I hope that you ask for all the metrics. And I think the mayor and the administration are looking at how many permits are being issued per staff in this city versus in another city. So you can have some metrics to look at to compare the efficiency and effectiveness of your departments.
Mr. Peterson, you wanted to speak, and then I guess it'll be the mayor, and then we'll call the question.
Thank you. I actually agree with all of your amendments. I think you've raised some really valid points. The one item that I'd like you to reconsider is the 6 months. First of all, you do need to have some measurements in place to evaluate adequate staff. You need to have the time and the tools to add that staff. When you talk about months, I don't think that's adequate. I think you need to talk about efficiency and what efficiencies do we have and what are we lacking. It relates to time, yes, but I don't think time is necessarily the right component. Councilmember Soria is correct. You guys need to be competitive in the market today and attract those staff. We're not looking to beat up on planning or building or fire. We're looking to work with planning, building, and fire to process our projects. The one thing I would like you to reconsider is the pilot period of time. 6 months does not provide an adequate amount of time to process most of our applications. You may be able to process a gazebo or a swimming pool, but you're not going to process a map or an industrial complex, even if it was a small project. Projects in Fresno take 18 months from the initial application through actually getting tract acceptance. And those are the amount of time frames that we're talking about here. And so whether you want to look at 12 months or 18 months sounds like a long time, but it's really not in our world. 6 months is not going to give you, Councilmember Arias, the data that you're looking for. And that's all.
Thank you. My only concern is in 6 months we might be in a recession and everything changes. or in a year. I do have one question for legal counsel. Is any of this require meet and confer with labor?
The ordinance itself, what's being proposed, would not require meet and confer. Potentially, some of the implementation, depending upon what happens, may be subject to meet and confer.
Does the administration plan to meet with labor regarding the implementation?
Jeff, do you mind addressing that question and letting them know what we've done so far? Please.
And if you can describe what you plan to do going forward.
What we have done to this point is we have provided notice to the bargaining units that this ordinance was in fact coming forward to the council today. And in terms of going forward, there's been some things that have been brought up here today, such as a hiring bonus or hiring incentive. That would be subject to meet and confer, certainly. Implementation, depending upon how that affects the terms and conditions of employment, may also raise meet and confer issues that we would have to sort through with the respective bargaining units. And I think we'd be able to solve those issues collectively and come up with an opportunity to ensure that we are meeting the needs of the community.
All right, Mayor Brand, and then we're going to call for the question.
Thank you. I want to address some of the concerns raised by Councilmember Soria. Gross oversimplification of the issues. When I was on the council for 8 years, I wrote 20 legislative acts that had a profound impact on the city of Fresno. There's a balance between the executive office and the legislative office. To give you the illustration about hiring personnel, a few months ago, Councilmember Bredefeld and Councilmember Soria brought an item to the council based on an asset sale to hire 10 dispatchers. So the council does, in fact, have that capability. When I was on the council, when I identified problems, I identified the problems, no matter what they were. And having a fundamental knowledge of the process, when I got an email from Member Soria a few months ago regarding the Habitat for Humanity 2 homes and I believe the Section 8 housing on the west of 99 regarding Fire Station 18, she said she was promised a tentative map would be processed in 2 weeks. Can anybody ever process a tentative track map in 2 weeks? She had an opportunity to find a solution by voting for a fire station in the budget that she failed to do. So we all have responsibilities. And as far as application to businesses, you talk to JD Food, JD Homes, OK Produce, Deli Delicious, and I've been at numerous grand openings, numerous conversations with people. This is a challenge we both need to meet. And on the police bonuses, Councilman Brando and I worked on that. 3 or 4 years ago, you could offer $100,000 would have made a difference. There was other factors involved. It's not as simple as it looks. And do we need to hire people? Absolutely. But Caltrans, high-speed rail are offering packages beyond just compensation, flex time and so on, things that we're going to have to go through a meet and confer and a whole new process. Unfortunately, nothing we do here is ever that simple. I'm willing to work with the council on all these issues, but there's an inherent responsibility for everyone at this dais to make sure they take care of their problems. I'm there to work with them, and I'm not taking any, I accept my responsibility, but we have to work together. Thank you.
Gary, can you repeat the motion as it stands?
I think the city attorney's got those.
Call for the question.
Okay, and it's a 6-month then?
6 month that can be reviewed because it hopefully would address Mr. Peterson's
Let's take an
issues.
electronic vote then. Brianna, are you ready?
Introduction.
Go ahead. Yes, it's for introduction.
Clerk, legal counsel, can you confirm this is for introduction only?
Yes, it is. This is not a final binding vote.
And we have the right, of course, colleagues, to change your mind if you're not satisfied with details or other specific inquiries you have. So just because you support it today doesn't mean you support it at the next meeting.
We always do.
Thank you to the attorney.
You always do what? Support it? Second meeting?
We always reserve the right.
Lee, you don't get to vote.
You don't vote.
Nelson, have you voted? We're voting electronically.
Buttons, yes.
So it passes unanimously. Okay, for introduction, you're right, Paul.
For introduction, first read.
For
Don't count
introduction,
your
first read.
chickens.
All right. So now, thank you, everybody who attended and spoke on this issue. It looks like we've got some work to do. It's 12:47. We're going to return at 1:30, where we're going to begin the discussion on HEAP funding. Thank you.
Washington, D.C., that Paula Yang, the drug war of their organization of the cocons of drug war Satans. They are hacking into Washington, D.C., and they're hacking into the United States of America system, the Pentagon, and also in Congress. United States of America system. And I wanted Donald Trump to be aware of it and to be aware of the West Wing, that it's not secure. The Homeland Security for the West Wing is not secure. You guys may be laughing, but it's the truth. Be very patient. I noticed the New Jerusalem, United States of America, it was from Donald Trump, Caleb Ministry, Richard Cornerstone, about a couple of years ago. This year is going to be Chris Tomlin. I'm from Caleb Ministry. It's not 99-1 in the New Testament. It's 100%. It's 100. Number four is God, far from heaven. Number 4 is Lord Jesus Christ. Number 4 is I, David Love, number 4. And number 4 is Jesus Christ, my heavenly brother on earth. There's only one universe. There's 1, 2, and 3 people on earth that has sins. Number 4 came out. It was a while back. There was 1, 2, and 3 people that were competing for number 4. They chose me. Other religions does not come close to God far from heaven, Lord Jesus Christ, my heavenly brother, heavenly Father, the couple H, couple O, couple L, couple Y.
Thank you, David.
David Love, number 4, building 429, building guidelines to the highest of the trust.
Thanks, David.
I'd like more hours.
Well, your time's up, David, but we appreciate it. I got to call Martha now. Thank you.
There's still Caleb Ministry about Alex and Terry. Donald Trump, be careful.
Martha Zarate. Martha, are you here? Okay, how about Kimberly McCoy? Kimberly here? David Jimenez? Nick Sanchez? Nick, come on up, please.
Good afternoon. I just would like to thank the council for giving us this opportunity to come and speak in front of you. And I think it's great that all these resources are going out to the community for such great causes. I'm coming here today more so for direction than anything else. I'm the COO of Compassionate Care Home Health Agency, so we provide at-home care for patients. Yes, yeah. So my name and address, so Nick Sanchez, and then our address is on Del Mar, so yeah, great. So basically we provide at-home care for patients at their home. And so we're looking to give back to the community, and so we decided to create mobile wellness clinics for the homeless population. So one of the major problems that hospitals face today are the unnecessary admissions from the homeless population going into the hospital, right? So before, let's say a patient has a common cold, they're going to, instead of going to Walgreens and get NyQuil, they're going to go into the ER and admit themselves in the ER. Well, before the hospital could discharge the patient from the hospital, they have to have them set up with Medi-Cal and a primary care physician. So while they're waiting for that duration of time, who pays for Medi-Cal? The taxpayers of California. So not only is this, if I may pass these around the mobile wellness clinic, okay. There you are.
Yeah, we'll pass them around.
Great. So basically, by keeping this population well, sorry, I'm a little nervous. By keeping this population well, we will not only be able to help a community in great need, but we'll also be able to save taxpayers a lot of money. So community medical centers alone spent $9.8 million last year on the homeless population. So we decided to work together with UCSF and make this part of their residency program. Well, their residents will be working inside of these mobile clinics, and our goal is to help reduce the amount of unnecessary admissions into the homeless admissions into the hospital. So we've been working diligently, creating teams to help address these issues, primarily a lot of the psychosocial issues that this population deals with. So UCSF is going to help provide us with a lot of the psychiatrists and everything else that we need. So we're in the process of all of that right now. And eventually this could branch off into other great things too, providing a satellite location for different resources within the community, such as drug rehab, shelter, job placement. There's a lot of different things. And first and foremost, I'm sure they've always told us, more important than money is we have to keep our health. So by keeping this population well, I feel like we can make a huge difference in our community. And I guess I'm looking for direction more so than anything. I know I'm nervous right now up here, but we actually have quite a bit in order. All of our budget plan, we can promise these hospitals. So if we could show a proof of concept, we could show how we could save every major hospital over $700,000 a year by reducing their homeless admissions by 30%. And I've been talking with both St. Agnes and community medical centers and getting their analytics to show a proof of concept for this model. And again, if we could prove that this works here in Fresno County, we could duplicate this through every major hospital in the United States, not only providing a great thing for our homeless population, but also saving taxpayers a lot of money once again.
Very cool, Nick.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great, thanks.
Yeah, good job. That was all of my yellow cards for unscheduled communication. Are there any other members of the audience that would like to address council today on any issue? All right. What's that? That's what's next. So seeing none, we're closing unscheduled communication. We're on to the 1:30 p.m. agenda item, actions pertaining to the Homeless Emergency Aid Program, HEAP, and that's a grant. And Mayor, I think you wanted to start us off this afternoon?
Yes, I'll make my comments brief. I just want to recap the last year. A year ago at the Big City Mayors meeting in Washington, D.C., all the mayors of the big cities, then the top 11 in California, identified homelessness as one of the major problems that besets the entire state and every city, both big and small. So we made a resolve to lobby the legislature and the governor last year to get funds, and we were successful getting half $1 billion, of which Fresno ended up with altogether about $13-14 million. So the scope of the problem is really big all over the state and in Fresno. And really, this money is not going to solve the problem, but it's a good first step in addressing this problem. And in the conference we had a week ago, I met with the same group of mayors, and we're going to try to do the same thing again this year. We're going to try to come back with the HEAP funding, at least at an amount comparable to what we're getting today. But if we're successful, that's the end of the line. And so we've got to be cautious as we go forward in terms of creating long-term obligations. I want to thank the council subcommittee, Councilmember Bredefield, Chavez, and Arias for meeting with my staff and coming up with some really good ideas on how to put this together. And everybody is trying to do the best they can. We've put a lot of time into what works and what doesn't work. But one of the main items is accountability, transparency, competitiveness, to make sure we're using our dollars as good as possible. So we're kind of taking a balanced approach with about $1.5 million towards the triage center, the front end, $650,000 on outreach, family services about $500,000, and youth services about $300,000. So I'll let H get into the details. I just want to thank the council for all their work and their input on this really important matter in Fresno. Thank you.
Hey, H.
Well, what a delight it's been to work with each of you and really to hear your hearts as it relates to the most vulnerable people on the streets. And meeting with each one of you, I know that you have huge challenges in your district, but also it's been very clear that you have a broken-hearted response for the most vulnerable in our community. So thank you. And I also want to thank you, council members who showed up for the point-in-time count. That is a big deal. We've got volunteers from all over our city actually trying to go into the highways and byways and under the bridges and around the back ends of shopping centers to find the homeless and to count them so that we can have an accurate count. Just on a personal note, I don't know if this ever happens, but I'd like to dedicate my comments to Javier Perez. Javier is my homeless neighbor who lives on my street corner, has for several years. We've worked with him to try to get him into services in various ways, but the grip of the streets was too strong, and 2 weeks ago he passed away. And so this is an issue that is literally life and death. As the mayor said, our recommendation today is that we're recommending the approval of the Mayor Council Subcommittee's HEAP funding plan. You have an updated version of that that you've received as a supplemental. This also entails the approval of the AAR number 2018-157. The Mayor and the Council Subcommittee have recommended specific investments that address homelessness in the city of Fresno while supporting the comprehensive community-wide approach developed with key partners, including the County of Fresno, the Continuum of Care, the Housing Authority, and literally 70 other groups and individuals that have been a part of this process. So with that, I think we want to just be available for any questions that you have. As the mayor has said, your attachment A, the Mayor Council spending plan, calls for $1.5 million in triage. It calls for $500,000 in homeless family services, $650,243 in outreach, $300,000 in youth set-aside services. That plus administrative costs is a total of $3.105519, and that's our portion of the HEAP funds. So we're available for any questions that you have, and look forward to your action on this today.
Thank you, H. Yeah.
Great.
Cap, he might get the Brevity Award. That was really well done. All right, H, you're in the running for the Brevity Award. We love that. Nobody up here is going to win today, I can tell you that. Oh, no, but your blah, blah, blah award contendee. Okay, we're going to go out to the public in a little bit, but I want to start off with Councilman Chavez, who punched up.
Thank you, President Brandau. I want to thank H, the mayor, his staff, my colleagues on the subcommittee for the work that we did. We know that this amount is just a drop in the bucket for the big problem that we have, and I also want to take the time to thank the volunteers that were at the point in time I had a chance to tag along in the middle of the night looking for folks in some pretty scary places. And I know if they were scary for the volunteers, it was scary for people that live there 24 hours a day. But it was actually a really educational process, and I appreciate the work that organizations are out there doing and trying to get the count. And I did see the preliminary numbers of our homeless population is up about 30% or so from last couple of years. So we know that that problem is growing, but we're trying to tackle it. And I just wanted to give the background to my colleagues as we, deliberate this spending plan that, there's been a lot said back and forth, myself, organizations, but I think we're all trying to get to that point where we actually help homeless folks. That's really been the forefront for a lot of the work that we've done. This budget is a drop in the bucket, as I've said, but I think it goes a long ways in addressing some of the needs, and I think my colleagues can appreciate the fact that we deal with those calls on a daily basis of folks that are in shopping centers, canal banks, abandoned homes, abandoned structures, and so that's really been at the heart of this conversation where I think you see the council for the first time being engaged more in what, not just allocating the money, but actually going in the direction of formulating policy that actually addresses the needs of the council and subsequently our residents that have to deal with these issues out in the community. Just want to kind of give that background. As it was said by the mayor, we ended up with 1.5 for the triage. We ended up with 650 for outreach. I know that some of my colleagues were really interested in making sure that we address the homeless for the youth. That oftentimes is, I don't want to say neglected, but at times maybe they're not as visible. And then also families, especially women that have been battered and in domestic violence issues. So with that, this is the plan the subcommittee and the mayor and, H ended up coming up with for consideration. And, we're open to comments and input, but I hope that we just keep the conversation focused on addressing the homeless problem. Which is what we want to get to. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. I do also want to add a couple of thoughts as a member of the subcommittee. There's been some very tough conversations that have been had in the last few days around how we solve the citywide problem. And I've certainly been pressing for a citywide solution. And I'd like to take a moment to tell you why it is that I'm pressing for such a solution. Thank you first to the mayor for embracing the fact that the council and us as individuals have something to add in the problem solving of the city. And to Councilmember Chavez for his leadership role. And of course to the Continuum, the Housing Authority, and everybody else who's out there trying to make sure that there's a face to the name of the families that we serve. Personally though, I know what it's like to have a family who's living in the streets of West Fresno. I know what it's like to visit them in the cardboard shelters that they built. I know what it's like to have campaign signs used for temporary shelter. I know what it's like firsthand to see the trauma of kids because they're being separated from their parents because there is no shelters for families. I know what it's like firsthand to see the real challenges of dealing with drug addiction and mental health that leads to homeless. And I also know what it's like to spend the last decade every Thanksgiving and Christmas feeding hot meals to our homeless near the Poverello, because as a family, we're just trying to do our part to help. Even though at times it creates more work and more challenges for a city trying to ensure the health and safety of everyone. And I surely know what it's like to be a homeowner and have homeless encampments outside of our home and be victims of theft because people are unfortunately sometimes trying to feed an addiction or a challenge. And that's what a lot of our neighbors and residents in Fresno deal with. It's the significant challenges, the genuine will and desire to help in a very complex and probably one of the most complex public policy matters to try and resolve. What we try to do in this process is to try and build a proposal that addressed some of the gaps that we identified. And council colleagues, this proposal adds benchmarks and performance because the outcomes of the money that we use matter, especially to families that are too often invisible. So we were very clear about making sure there's performance benchmarks and outcomes and that we can track what's working and what's not working. It also invests more funds for our homeless families with children. It invests more funds for our homeless youth, especially our teenagers. It allocates funds to try and resolve some of the mitigation that our neighborhoods go through, especially some in my district that have a concentration of this challenge. It ensures that future shelters don't just go up without notification to the residents and the neighbors, without neighborhood meetings, to ensure that whatever concerns residents have get addressed up front before the shelters and the bridge housing elements go up. It also sets, in my hope, it sets a foundation for a citywide solution for this citywide problem, and one in which everybody is at the table, not just providers or funders, recipients or grantees, but the people that we are trying to serve and impact the most, and the folks that live in our city. So my hope, council, is that this proposal is just a mere foundation, that future funds can be allocated in a similar way, where we genuinely develop a citywide solution for the citywide problem that we have. Thank you.
Councilman Arias, so these two individuals spoke because they were on the subcommittee. Gary, did you want to add anything? All right. Then we're going to go out to the public now, and we'll come back up to the dais. I don't think I had any cards specifically for, what's that? This one? Okay. Oh, all right. These are all for this item. Fantastic. All right. No, we spoke there. Some of these people that I called earlier were waiting for this item. That's what it was. Okay. So if I might have called your name once already. If you're here for this item, you'll have a chance to speak for this item. Is David Jimenez here? How about Kimberly McCoy? No? Martina Zarate? Yeah, but I'm not Martina, I'm Martha. Martha. All right. You right? Come on up, Martha. You done? Okay. Paul Sanchez? Des Martinez. Des, are you here? Yeah.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Paul Sanchez. My address is outside. I'm homeless. I'm currently homeless. I hear, there's a lot of people doing very great work. I can't take nothing away from them, but there are some problems. I mean, I don't know if you gentlemen, I've never seen any one of you walking down the middle during the afternoon. At one time there was tents, there was, pipes laying all around, and ever since I'm staying clean, so now, I was part of the problem. I want to work for a solution. But all this money that I've heard that's being spent, is there any way that these abandoned buildings over here that no one's using, I walk by them every night, every day. Let's put some effort, put some money into those buildings to make, not the lofts that you're going to pay $1,000 because there's no way some of us can pay. Help us to help ourselves. I'm not out there, you can talk to some of the state workers out here. I've gotten to talk to a couple of supervisors. 7-Eleven, I help them, I clean the parking lot. There's a lot of us that we know right from wrong. We know. I don't blame anyone but myself for being out there. Now I'm trying to get out, trying to get up. And the Poverello and all them are great places. But I feel that if we concentrate more on these buildings over here, just help out, allow some of us to remodel. There was a program in Lemoore many years ago that in Kings County that if I was going to build a home, I had people that I helped them build their home, and they helped me build. You know, we work together. They work together. You know, there has to be some common ground here. We have to do something because, yeah, I've seen people pass away. I've seen people stabbed. I've seen people, you know, and some of these people are good people. If you take time, speak to some of the employees at the state building, they'll tell you, it wasn't me, it was a few of us that got together, policing ourselves and telling the people that clean your mess, do this. You know, there's a lot of good people out there. Just because they're homeless, that I never take anything away from them. And that I was told many years ago, we used to come, I was 7 years old, and we'd go down to Chinatown to see the movies. And passing by there, I asked my mom one day, Mom, what are them guys doing standing in line? Oh, my dad was quick to answer, because they're all on drugs. Well, I have news for everybody. We're not all on drugs. And all we are asking for is give us some kind of hope. Is there any hope? And I also heard, before I dismiss myself, I also heard one time that, you know, that we can't make it up. We can't become part of a regular society, as it were, but we can. And there's a lot of us that want to, and we're going to do it. And all I'm asking is, where's the money to help us? You know, that's very. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Yes.
Hello, thank you guys for allowing me to be up here again. This is Casper. Casper, a lot of people that are here know about Casper. He was in the Roding Park area. And unfortunately, he was hit by a car last year, and he had passed away. I bring in these portraits because I want you guys to know that they are human. They are real. They do smile. Sorry, Des Martinez, currently homeless. I forgot to leave my information, sorry. I would like to start off by saying my apologies for my actions 2 weeks ago. I was very emotional.
There's no need to apologize.
For apologies?
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh, okay, sorry. I was trying to get help from CCLS and Andy with Habitat for Humanity. They had actually reached out to some property owners to see if they can help house me and stuff. They unfortunately weren't able to find housing, and that's what I meant to say, was that people on higher ups were trying to help, and unfortunately there wasn't any housing available for me. They're talking about the incentives that they're trying to give to the property owners, which is great, but I would like to see the property owners come forward and say that, yes, we're willing to go ahead and take a bonus or take the payment for property damage if we house homeless. I think it's a great idea, but I would like to see the owners come forward and say, yes, we're on board with this in order for that money to go forward. The emergency funding at the welfare office, I'm not allowed to get because I was not evicted. My lease was up. So that's another issue I think that we need to look into. Once you're homeless, you're homeless. It shouldn't matter if you were evicted or not. And I don't think that should be one of the rules that you have to be evicted in order to receive any type of shelter. I would like to see if some of this money can be set aside for deposit and application fees. We do not have any programs here to help with deposit or application fees for people that are on Section 8. Section 8 does not allow to pay any application fees or deposits, and that's preventing a lot of people from out here in the streets that have vouchers that are not housed. At least set aside some for vouchers, motel vouchers. If you're going to spread the money out from everybody, then at least everybody get a piece of it and have a housing voucher available in every program organization that we have here. Housing the DV clients and families with children should not be accepted in the area where the mental illness and parolees with violent backgrounds are at. I agree with the low barriers. I'm happy about that, but I think we need to rethink putting women and children and people with past violent histories in the same area. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Yes. All right. Gary, Bill?
Okay, I'm Jerry Bill. I live at 708 East Beverly Way in the city of Fresno, resident of the city for 49 years now. And I want to commend the council for taking seriously the problem of homelessness and actually, moving forward to do something. And I don't know all the details of your plan yet, and the devil's always in the details, but I'm here to support moving forward in addressing the issue of homelessness in our community, doing it in a cooperative way involving city, the county, nonprofit organizations, everybody that's on board in helping homelessness. Nancy Waitlow and I have been working for going on 6 years now with homeless people, and we know from personal experience that every homeless individual is unique. There is no one-size-fits-all for these people. As the earlier speaker, Paul Chavez, mentioned, they're not all drug addicts or recovering from drugs. Some are. They don't all have mental health issues, but some do, and we deal with those as well. They don't all have physical health issues, but some do, and we're there to help those people as well. There's no one thing that you can do, but there are many things that need to be done, and that's why it takes a sort of teamwork among all the different organizations and programs that are out there to help address homelessness in our community. So at the Dakota Eco Garden, we've worked with people, as I said, going on 6 years now, and we've learned a whole lot from these people, and we have a great deal of respect for them, and we're glad that you're trying to do something for them. Please treat them with dignity and as the human beings that they are, and we know that that's the intent of the program that's before you. Okay, so I just wanted to thank you for what you're doing, and I look forward to watching it unfold. Thank you.
Thanks, Jerry. All right, we're through with our yellow cards, but any other members of the public like to address this item? Please come up and just give us your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Julie Bunchalern. I'm with Fresno Barrios Unidos. I am a youth leadership organizer there, and our address is 4403 East Tulare Avenue in District 7, and I myself live in District 4. I just really wanted to bring up the HEAP grant. I know on the spending plan it said that there was less than 5%, a minimum of 5% to youth services, and I heard the mayor, he increased it to $300,000, so thank you for doing that. My question is, what do you consider a youth who's homeless? Because I know there's transition age youth as well, from age 18 to 24, and I don't know if they're getting mixed in with adults who are homeless. And then also my other question is for the $300,000, what sort of services will be going towards youth who are homeless? And then if we can possibly, or how can we become involved in maybe helping with making decisions for be at the table for youth services. So those were my two questions that I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may respond, the initial outline for resources for youth were limited to 18 and 24-year-olds. So we added additional resources so that younger youth can also be eligible for the resources. And the specific services that they would receive, that would be determined by the RFPs, the responses to the proposals that we receive. So we're hopeful that the community providers would be very creative and thoughtful about, to your guys' points, every youth and every homeless individual is different and has unique needs.
Anybody else like to? Yes.
Hi, Brandy News-Villegas, 713 East Andrews Avenue. I wasn't expecting to come up, but I did have a question and a comment. I was wondering, hearing auditorily about what the money is going to. I didn't hear that there was going to be funding towards bridge housing. So I guess I want to ask if that is part of the plan, and if not, then why not? Why it was taken from it, and either way to encourage that, because of I've seen how I recognize that for some people that just having that housing is super incredibly important. I've seen with Desiree Martinez when she was doing bridge housing, 5 people in a short amount of time that were able to, get back on their feet and use the address and be able to get a residence. Be able to get a job and residency. So. I don't know if I can come up here to ask a question, but I wanted to do so and address the importance of including bridge housing.
Sure, I can address it. The city resources, we're funding triage centers, and the continuum of care is going to be funding the bridge housing. So there will be bridge housing.
So there will be bridge housing, but it'll be under a continuum of care funding?
Right, yeah.
Wonderful.
So we're all trying to kind of combine our resources to make sure there's as many possible options as we can.
Thank you. I just wanted to get clarification. I appreciate that you guys are addressing all the different areas, and also thank you so much for all the work that you've been putting in looking at this and considering plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Come on.
Good afternoon. My name is Cindy Piombino. I'm with Ambassador Baptist Church. I'm a ministry coordinator. I've been working in outreach with the homeless for about 8 years. And I have a question. This $650,000 that you're going to allocate for outreach is going to, what's that going to involve?
H, do you want to address outreach or?
Well, let me do that, actually. So the outreach will actually entail of a team of folks that will actually go out and do the outreach for the homeless folks in certain areas that we know they frequent. That's what the outreach piece is for.
Are we talking about food, supplies, health?
We're talking about the linkage for them to get into services. So they would essentially take those folks to the triage centers where they will have an intake and go through the services and evaluation of what they need specifically.
Sort of what the HERO and the MAP does now?
But the city's version of that, so to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Frances Redmond. I was homeless at one time. I know what it's like to be homeless. Now I stay at the Sands Motel, which is the worst place. I'd rather be out on the streets than in that hotel. For one, we have a rodent problem. We have problems with roaches. We have problems with rats, mice. Not only that, there's basically sometimes no heating in the rooms. There's black mold in the rooms. And if we go to code enforcement, we get threatened. Like, oh, you call code enforcement, well, you can get out.
Excuse me, ma'am, what motel is that?
Sands, which is right out on Golden State, Motel Drive.
Golden State and? Sands. Okay, Sands. Okay, thank you.
And unfortunately, I've been there going on 7 years too long. And when it comes to housing, I had 2 illegal evictions. Because of that, I can no longer get housing. And I just want to know, what can we do about that? But it's a need housing, and unfortunately, because of somebody else's mistake, we get penalized. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, Erica Camarena, our code enforcement supervisor over here, is going to come in. Would you like to talk to her?
Sure.
Erica is in the back right there.
Perfect. Thank you, Doug. Is there anybody else that would like to address the council?
Good afternoon, Councilman. I was here, I guess, 2 weeks ago when you first discussed the homeless plan. And I am very pleased to see that there has been some changes which really help those who are in need, the families, the children. I know that there are probably going to be some additional specifics that occur, as I did not hear anything relative to permanent housing being discussed today. And I hope that in your deliberations with the county, with the Housing Authority and other entities, that you make sure that there's an opportunity for those who receive that temporary first step help have some permanent homes available for them to move into and take occupancy and residence of and become part of our city as a home owner or permanent renter in that capacity. Secondly, there's always this thing about not in my own backyard, and that's not what I'm about. I think we need to have as much shelter and permanent housing for those who are homeless as possible. However, I would like for you to consider when you're working with the county, the Housing Authority, and the 70 other entities that you mentioned, that it is spread throughout the city of Fresno, that it does not become another centrally located option for District 3. We have, I think, had our share, an overabundance, and those who deserve all of the amenities of the city should be able to have their homes located throughout the entire city for housing. So I commend you, the committee that worked so closely with the mayor to bring this plan before the council, and those who are in most need, I think, thank you as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to address this item?
I, David Love, number 4, the first monk saint. In God we trust, Father from heaven, Lord Jesus Christ, my heavenly brother, heavenly Father, to the trust of the truth. On the agenda right here, it says, actions pertaining to the Homeless Emergency Aid Program, HEAP, couple H, couple E, couple A, couple P, grant. Number 1, allocating City of Fresno's $3,105,519.90 in HEAP funds, based on approving the HEAP spending plan and approving a procurement process. Number 2, Resolution 27, Amendment to Annual Appropriation Resolution AAR, appropriating $3,105,600 for homeless service through the Homeless Emergency Aid Program. HEAP requires 5 affirmative votes, subject to Mato's veto.
Thank you. Anybody else like to address council? All right, I don't see anybody. We're going to come back up here and close public comment. Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President. So I just want to say that I am glad to see the collaboration that has happened, and I want to thank the subcommittee along with the administration for working together. I know that I wasn't part of the discussions last time, but I did make some comments during, I think, the council members' comments period, where I stressed the importance about prioritizing families and children, which was a big, big deal for me. And so I'm glad to see that this committee and the partners and the mayor has agreed to make sure that we do prioritize that, so that we do have specific dollars for that. Also glad to see that we've increased the number for homeless youth, which I think is a very, very vulnerable population here in our community. So I'm glad to see all those changes. And I had one maybe suggestion for this committee and for the folks to consider. I appreciate Mr. Paul Sanchez's comments. Thank you for being brave and speaking out. I think that you make a great point when you talk about giving people like you that want an opportunity, that don't just want a handout, but a hand up, that we also be creative with the dollars. So I know that we have allocated the $600,000 for outreach purposes. I would suggest that maybe we set aside $100,000 of those to include neighborhood mitigation. And as part of the neighborhood mitigation, I would include a pilot program and it would be a homeless work program. We have seen San Diego, New Mexico, and Albuquerque actually was kind of the lead on this issue. Austin, Chicago, Denver, Lexington, Portland, Seattle, Fort Worth, just to name a few cities that have led the efforts to begin to create a pilot program for those people like Paul Sanchez who are willing to work and want an opportunity to begin to develop those that employment history. And I think in the long run, our community wins because a lot of these homeless work programs include beautification of cities. And, we have limited resources in the city, so we don't have a lot of staff that is out there picking up trash and trying to make the neighborhoods a little nicer. So I think it would probably be a good idea that if we do have these dollars, we pilot something out of a set aside of to deal with neighborhood mitigation, and part of that, a pilot program for that. So I don't know if the committee would be willing to accept that amendment.
I'm okay with it. Councilmember Chavez?
Yeah, I think with that, we can make the motion to include Councilmember Soria's, and set aside the $100,000 for the work program. We could get a second?
Second.
Perfect, thank you. Those were all my comments, and so I will be supportive today of the spending plan. Thank you, everyone, for the work that you guys do. I appreciate all the community partners for the work that you guys are doing.
Okay, Councilman Chavez?
I think that settles it. I don't think if anybody else was punched up. We made the motion, there was a second.
Is punched up.
Okay.
I'll keep it quick so we can do this. No, I just want to commend the committee. I think we had a lively discussion the last time around. I think all of those things were taken into consideration. And I feel like we're in a better position now, despite this being money for short-term emergency housing. I think we're in a better position to, 3 years from now when this dries up, be in a spot where we can transition to more of a long-term vision and long-term housing for our homeless population. So I'll also be supporting this resolution today. And again, thank you to Councilmember Redfield, Chavez, Arias for taking on the heavy lifting in the last couple weeks.
Thank you, Councilman Chavez.
Okay, so with that, I think what cleaner way to do it to make the motion to accept the resolution and include Councilmember Soria's amendments in there. And if we get a second for that.
Second that motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. The screen is clear. Let's take an electronic vote, okay? Tell us when we're ready. We're ready, Brianna? All right. And that passes 7-0, unanimous. Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody that showed up and gave input. A lot of great comments both 2 weeks ago and this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. I appreciate it.
Thank
Good
you,
job.
Mayor. All right. Now we are going to begin the general admin portion of our agenda. And first up is a workshop regarding the Fresno Air Terminal. Kevin, the mic is yours.
Perfect. Council President and Council, good afternoon. Kevin Michael, Director of Aviation. Thank you for taking the time to listen to this presentation. I'll make it quick and brief because I want to allow time for any questions or concerns.
Excuse me, folks in the back. We still have a meeting to conduct. Thank you.
So, investing in airport infrastructure accommodates growth in traffic demand and maintains a high level of service expected by the traveling public. It's the bedrock on which smooth airport operations and improved passenger experience is based. So with that said, we just recently completed a 20-year master plan at the airport and among other things identified an expansion program that we should execute within the next 4 to 5 years. So jumping right into it, and I know you've got copies of this at your fingertips. So that master plan told us more than what's up on the screen here, about $115 million. We're talking about a parking structure and some terminal expansion. And I'll note that the terminal expansion piece of the project, a big chunk of that is a new international arrivals facility, because we just do not have the capacity to handle the demand for that traffic down in Mexico. The airlines are constantly talking to us about expanding their service, expanding destinations, and so that's a large part of this project. So I throw this slide up there on growth, and I do that because we all know that we're growing. The master plan talks about what the growth rate's going to be in the future, but I put it up here because in the master plan it said we're going to hit 871,000 plus passengers in fiscal year 2021. Well, in 2018, we surpassed about 876,000. So since this master plan, which is recently completed, we're already 3 years ahead of that curve. And that just demonstrates the fact that the airlines recognize the potential in our valley and its growth and what's happening for the economy, and they're responding to it with more flights, larger aircraft. And just a quick snapshot, this information has been out there, but it's updated for 2018. This gives you an idea of what the airport represents from an economic standpoint of 9,790 total jobs, $844 million in annual economic activity. And I threw it up here, the third bullet, just so you understand in context. Just in 2018 alone, we grew 14%, which represents an added 483 new jobs and $56 million in annual economic activity. And of course, we're continuing to grow, and we anticipate 2019 will be another record year. We actually could top 900,000 people getting on aircraft, a total of 1.8 million people using the facilities. So to do a program like this, it does cost money, and we determined that we need to raise an additional $4.5 million of annual additional revenue. And to do that, we have to look at our rate structures. We have to look at what are we charging the airlines and other entities at the airport to ensure that we are within industry standards and we're not too low. We want to make sure also that all the users of the airport, whether it's the corporations like Uber and Lyft, or whether it's hotel shuttles, or whether it's the airlines themselves, are paying what they should be paying and not more than they should be paying, because we don't want to have one class of user subsidizing another class of user. And that goes back to our federal obligation to ensure that we have fair and balanced rates and charges across the board for everybody. And the revenue sources, I've identified on this slide at the bottom the major revenue sources that the airport has, and that's parking, that's from the airlines, that's from ground transportation, and we have what's called a passenger facility charge program. Virtually every airport in the United States has this program, and those are local dollars that stay local in terms of our infrastructure program. So in a snapshot, when you look at this $115 million we're talking about with regard to a parking garage and terminal expansion, it's broken down in this manner in terms of different funding sources. We'll be looking to the airlines to pay more of their fair share, and I'll get into that in just a second. We'll get some grants on the terminal side. On the parking side, we're looking to get a loan from the State Infrastructure Bank. That's huge because they've told us they have an interest rate of about 3.15. And the difference between an interest rate of 3.15 on a $35 million loan compared to the bond market at about 4.4% is a huge, huge benefit to our facilities. It allows us to keep our rates and charges lower than we would otherwise keep them. It allows us to really execute the project in the manner we believe we need to execute it. And on top of that, we're going to use airport cash to help this project, and you can see that on the top line. So the way to pay for it, once everything is said and done, on the terminal side, we have the existing passenger facility charge that's existing that will reallocate towards additional debt. The airlines we expect will pay more. I'll get into that in a minute. And we'll supplement that with airport annual revenues. On the parking side, we will be proposing modifying our parking rates, which have not changed since 2000, to help cover the cost of the parking garage by itself. So real quickly, and I wanted to jump into this one right away, what does it really mean? So if you look at the airlines we've met with, and they've said, yes, you need to do this. Yes, we're probably not paying as much as we should. For example, the way they determine how much they should pay an airport is based on the percentage of fares that they collect out of that particular market. And the industry standard in the United States is between 4% and 6%. Currently, they're paying about 2.5% at our airport. They know it's low, they know we need to do the program, and they're willing to step up and pay their fair share within those industry standards. And so that's the first step. That's on the terminal side. On the parking side, we did a parking study, and we looked at, well, what kind of rates should we have? What kind of rates are reasonable? What kind of rates are not so high that all of a sudden people are going, I'm not going to use the parking lot anymore? These are all factors we have to look at. And we had a study that recommended it going from $8 to $13 in long term, and we thought, no, because we can get a favorable interest rate on the loan, we think we can make this work at just $12. But also, we want to introduce an economy lot and keep the $8 option for those that still want to just pay $8 instead of $12. We also want to modify the short term a little bit, not to increase the rates in short term. It's still $3 an hour, but just the increments and how we charge that. And then lastly, we're the only airport in the United States that currently does not charge ground transportation providers for use of airport infrastructure, and we need to correct that. That's one of the things that the airlines keyed in right away. Not that it's a huge amount of dollars in the big picture, but it's a fairness issue. It's part of our obligation to ensure everybody does pay their fair share. So we're going to be looking to try and put a ground transportation in place at our airport, so bring us in line with the rest of the airports in a very reasonable manner. Again, the study recommended some conservative numbers. We even took it a notch down from there. We think we can make the program work at something substantially lower than what other airports are charging. So, real quickly, we did some right sizing with this project. What happens if consumer habits change? There's autonomous vehicles down the road. Our master plan actually recommended a larger parking garage, and we stepped back, says, no, let's go for a 10-year window on this thing, expandable if necessary, and then by that time we'll have a better handle on, do we really need more at that point in time? So it's just right-sizing the program. So I talked about this already, the financial plan to growth. Airlines are only at 2.5%. They're willing to get up into the 4 to 6% range. We want to target 5 right in the middle. The airlines are agreeable in concept, and we'll be working with them on that. Eventually, at some time down the road, we would be presenting before council fully executed airline agreements with them signing on the bottom line. So we wouldn't bring anything to council that they haven't already bought into. On ground transportation, we want to develop that focus, that program, and not be the only airport not charging, multi-billion-dollar corporations for use of our infrastructure. And we haven't changed our parking rate since 2000. Significantly diminished value just from inflation alone. And we want to be able to offer multiple products instead of just long and short term. To me, this is one of the most important slides. We did a recession test on this program. What happens if we have another recession like we did in the mid-2000s? What happened then is the airport, and we put some assumptions together. The airport passengers dropped 12%. Our revenue dropped 12%. We need to be able to still maintain our capital program on maintaining the facilities. And we need to maintain an operating reserve of 365 days, which is per rating agency guidelines. And lastly, it's a legal obligation. We've got our debt service coverage ratio has to meet a minimum requirement of 1.25. When we ran the stress test on this, we came out with a debt service coverage ratio of 1.41, which means, yes, we can do this and able to continue operating in an efficient manner. Real quickly, what are we doing right now? We anticipate by this summer bringing an additional parking lot online. It's kind of the last piece of land we have left for surface parking. This last holiday season, we were past 100% capacity. This will do two things for us. This project will kind of get us over that immediate hump of just being full. And the second thing this project will do, we'll be out to bid here shortly on this one, which is already part of our current budget. The second thing this project will do is that when you build a garage, you're going to lose 300 or 400 stalls during construction. We've got to put those people somewhere. And that's what this project will do. So looking forward, we anticipate coming before council in 2 weeks for a resolution to apply for a loan with no commitment to accept the loan. The reason we want to do that in 2 weeks is because the California State Infrastructure Bank has their deadlines. They have a board meeting at the end of February. And then if they approve it, which we anticipate they will, then they will prepare loan documents for execution in May. So my plan is to then, if it's approved, come back to council in April with a resolution to seek your approval to actually execute the loan for the parking project. At the end of February, I intend to come back to council with a master fee schedule item to do some of these fee adjustments to put these in place so that we can move these programs forward. In between, we have environmental studies that we want to start. I anticipate mid-March, and this is not wasted, even if we table the projects, to put the environmental studies in front of us. That'll take a good solid 6 months. And hopefully, by the time we get to the summer, actually start the design process with the goal of bringing these facilities online before the holiday season of 2022. So with that, I'll leave this screen up there. This is just a very conceptual floor plan of what it might look like. That lower level is about 60,000 square feet. And I know it's hard to see from the screen here, but it gives you an idea of the nature of the scope of the terminal work. I have nothing on the garage because that's a pretty basic type of structure. And we certainly can report back as we proceed down the path. With that, I'll stop talking and allow for any questions that you may have.
Right on. Thank you, Kevin. So since this is a workshop, we're not voting on this today. We don't go out to the public, but we might have some questions up here at the dais. Councilman Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. Kevin, fantastic. Identified the problems. You laid it out perfectly for us. The charts and graphs were easy to follow. That was fantastic. And I wrote down a couple of things here. More flights, larger aircraft, economic impact, which is jobs, economic activity on top of that, plus 14% growth, continuing to grow. You and your team seated in the front row, you guys are fantastic. Yeah, you're my D4 superstars. And I think you and I are going to head to Sacramento soon and talk about that financing and that inexpensive, or not inexpensive, but lower rated loan. So I look forward to going to Sacramento and working through that. So again, it's just a thorough presentation. I really like the part about we hope not, but if recession comes, we will be prepared for it. We've analyzed that. So your due diligence was excellent. The presentation was great. You and your teammates, thank you all very much. And I'm sure you'll get all the support you need when it comes time to vote. So keep up the good work.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the comments.
Councilmember Soria.
Hey, Kevin. Thank you so much for the presentation, and I appreciate you coming by the office a couple weeks ago and just kind of going through the project. I think that it's awesome that we're doing this. You know, I use the airport frequently. It's exciting to see kind of what it will look like, you know, in the future. A couple things that I brought to your attention when we met, and still something that I would like to see when this comes forward. I know that we have a longer timeline, but where legally possible, I think one of the main commitments has been, at least we've been talking a lot about jobs, right, and the jobs that it will create, but I think part of the conversation that kind of has surged over the last year on this council was to make sure that local folks benefit from those jobs. And so wherever possible, I know that there's restrictions with the federal funding and because of the airport, but the city attorney did mention that we could utilize a local preference on kind of the parking lot structure. And then Councilmember Oliver Baines did a national targeting ordinance for our city. And I think that we can also use that as part of the project, whatever is allowable. I would suggest to the administration that when it comes back, within the legal limitations, that we do look at how we can make sure that our local folks are hired for those jobs. So,
yeah. Thank you for the comments, and absolutely, I agree 100%. We'll be looking at that. We'll be looking at our specs to go in that direction. So I look forward. This will be the largest project in the history of the airport, so there's opportunity here.
Yeah, that's what I'm excited about. So again, thank you for the presentation, and hopefully when it comes back to the council, we will see that will be highlighted as a component of the project. Yeah. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
Kevin, thank you for coming by and kind of giving us a rundown. I have just two quick questions. So with regard to the numbers, there's a slide with your projections on the number of tickets, I guess, flights that come out of Fresno. There's 300,000 plus for Fresno, but under the other, what areas are they coming from, those folks that don't live in the metropolitan area?
So we refer to it as catchment area. So the catchment area for our airport is just under 2 million people, and it reaches almost down to Bakersfield, up through almost to Modesto and over to the Central Coast. So obviously, the farther you get away, it's the less people we have. But it is wide and varied, and we talk to the airlines, and they do zip code studies. So it's a pretty broad. People know it's quick and convenient, especially out from the Central Coast, to use our facilities. And when they plan ahead, the pricing can be fairly competitive. And so it literally is up and down this valley. Just the valley by itself is about 1.8 million people. So obviously the majority, is about 41% of the users of the airport are from City of Fresno. 59% are beyond the city limits.
Okay. And then could you elaborate a little bit on the international terminal? I know we have a couple flights that ridership has just been increasing like crazy, right? The direct flights to Mexico and Morelia, Guadalajara. I know you mentioned that there's another flight, or was it another service line or another flight?
There's Valeras is considering starting service to Bajío, which is an airport just outside of León. And we're talking to them about that, and they are 100% on board doing that. What they're doing right now is working with Customs and Border Protection to secure landing rights, and international carriers got to go through that process before it happens. But they've already programming that into their schedule. They just feel that's part of their demand picture. But I'll tell you, we know, those of you who have flown internationally have seen it personally, that facility is really bursting at the seams. The new facility, we are planning to design it in a manner to where we can handle 2 simultaneous flights of what's called an Airbus A321 aircraft. This is an aircraft that will hold about 225 people at the same time. So if you can imagine, my guess is the facility, which you see today, will more than double in size. And the actual design of the facility is per Customs and Border Protection standards. We don't really have a choice. They will dictate based on, we'll say, this is what we want. We want this size aircraft, simultaneous operations. And then they will tell us, okay, you need to build a facility like this, and then give us the standards. So we don't have a choice there. But accommodating the facility will be 2 new upper-level gates. So when you come off the aircraft, you go through the loading bridge right into the facility. No more outside, no more climbing up and down ramps and stairs at all, which we do today. And those gates will be what we call swing gates. And so during the daytime, if there are no international operations, they can be used domestically. If we have some new airline show up out of the blue, and who knows who that might be, I can tell them, no problem, we can handle you today. I would tell them that today, by the way, but it would be a little cramped.
Okay. And then last thing, port of entry designation. Where are we at with that?
So that's a never-ending process. I am making a trip back to Washington, D.C. in March, and that's part of my agenda, as it always is. So we spend about $800,000 a year paying for the salaries of customs. We're the only airport in the United States that does that with regularly scheduled air service. And so that is an issue. What it means to the airlines is that if we were to get that designation, we would shed that $800,000 cost. And by the way, that $800,000 cost will go up because of increased staffing for a new, larger facility. We would shed that cost. However, the international facility is based on a cost recovery, 100% cost recovery, so that those dollars stay right there in that facility. So part of the master fee schedule item that we will be presenting to council at the end of February, right now we have in that schedule a $12 per deplaning passenger fee. It used to be $15 back when we opened in 2006. And so as we grow and as we derive income from that, we have to make sure it's cost recovery. We can't charge more than we should. And it's at $12 today. With the international facility piece of the loan or the debt to build it, it'll push it up to $18 to $19. So we're not going to do that. What I'm going to propose is we reestablish the original $15 fee, which the airlines are already aware of, and make that a cap. The airport, through other revenues, will cover the difference. Now, when we get port of entry,
Right.
it comes down below to maybe a $13 or something, and we will automatically bring it down from 15 to 13.
I like to see that included in our lobbying efforts for our One Voice trip. I think that would be something worthwhile, especially with the savings that we have. But I'll chat with the administration afterwards with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Arias.
Thank you for spending quite a bit of time with us in advance and reviewing this in detail. As you know, what we discussed in that conversation, I'd like to see more of the celebration of our diverse culture in the airport. You know, when I go in and out of the airport, I don't see the great culture that we have in the Central Valley or in Fresno. So I'd like to see more of that. And I'd also like to see some of the positives of having an international airport with quite a bit of traffic to Latin America celebrated in our local media outlets. With that, thank you again for the time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. Screen is clear.
One other question, I'm sorry. Is this question for legal counsel? Do we have an ability to just do the whole construction project as a project labor agreement?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Well, I'd like you to give that some thought because I'd like to guarantee some local hiring come out of this historical investment for construction. I'm sure there'll be more debate from my colleagues on how we achieve that, but from my perspective, a project labor agreement or a CBA give us those vehicles.
Yeah. Thank you.
Kevin, thank you for coming by my office a couple weeks ago and going over this with me personally. It really helped. And so I think it's great. What I like about it is the way the fees are paid for the construction, it happens inside the purchase of tickets and parking. And so even if so the burden isn't only on the city of Fresno alone, because we know a lot of passengers are coming from outside of the city of Fresno. They're going to share in the burden of this project. So I think that's really fair, and that's pretty cool. But thanks for the real tight presentation today.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you in February.
Yes.
All right, we're going to move to agenda item 3B, award a requirements contract for custodial services at the Fresno Police Facilities in the amount of $1,600,000 and change.
Good afternoon, Council President, Council members. My name is Lydia Carrasco, Deputy Chief of the Fresno Police Department, and I'm here to present regarding the Police Department's request for Council approval to award a contract for custodial services to the Police Department. The Police Department currently has a contract with Janitorial Inc. that ended in February of 2018. It was a 3-year citywide contract, and the Police Department's cost for the services was $230,000 per year. And since the expiration of the contract, we've been doing a month-to-month contract with them. And the Police Department opted to do a separate RFP. We currently have 15 police department sites citywide that need services, and we're a 24/7 operation, and the uniqueness is that we require a background check be done on all of the janitors providing services to the police department. We received a total of 5 bids from 5 different vendors, and a selection committee was formed consisting of 2 members from the police department, 1 from facilities, and 1 from the sheriff's department. And a consensus was to award a contract to Lincoln Training Center for $1,625,280 for 5 years. So a 3-year contract with the ability to renew an additional 2 years, 1 year at a time. And the justification for awarding the bid to Lincoln was they had a good reputation for having cleaned City Hall for the past 3 years. They're a local company. They have experience with law enforcement facilities in Sacramento and Montebello. They hire and support special needs employees, and they were the lowest bidder. So the annual cost is $95,000 higher than was budgeted, but we're able to absorb that cost in FY19. We're wanting to start the contract with them on April 1st, if possible. So take any questions any of you might have.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. We're going to go out to the audience real quick, and then we'll come back up, and we have a couple council members punched up. Are there any members of the audience that would like to address this janitorial contract for the police department? All right, seeing none, come back up to council. Councilman Arias.
I'll second that motion.
A couple questions. You indicated that this is about $100,000 above what you allocated for the year for these services. How do you plan to make up for it?
That was based on what we had been paying before. So yes, it would be $95,000 over what we had. We have the ability to pay it in our budget now. This through the end of this fiscal year, and we plan on asking for it in the next budget year.
Give me a second. So a couple of things. One is, thank you for putting out to bid. The fact that the current provider of services had nearly double the bid amount than the lowest bidder is concerning to me. Because I would assume that the current provider has a really good idea of what's needed, and that his price point would have come in almost double the lowest bid that we received. But I think it's just an indication of it's a good practice to continuously go out to bid versus automatically renewing contracts and absorbing the cost of these contractors. Can you walk me through the specialty part of the contract? You indicated that the police department needs specialty services compared to other departments.
I just meant that the uniqueness of our operation is that we're a 24/7 operation, so we have facilities that are open 24/7, for example, our 5 district stations, our police headquarters, and also that we have 15 sites total citywide. I don't know of other departments that have as many sites as we do. And then also the background checks that are required of all janitorial personnel.
And lastly, my only suggestion going forward is that when we put out contracts like these to bid, that we go beyond the business journal for publication purposes. In this case, that's the only place it was advertised. I think we might have been able to get more. That's what it says in the staff report.
Planet Bids. We also went through Planet Bids in addition to the business journal.
What does that mean?
That's kind of the
Absolutely.
one-stop shop, if you will, for folks that are looking at bidding on any city projects, and that's kind of the standard, the industry standard, if you will.
Is that like an online system?
Yes, I'm Marty Hosier with Lincoln Training Center. So Planet Bids is a nationwide online publication that is sent to every single janitorial service contractor that has registered as a janitorial business service employer.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate the clarity.
No problem.
And I'm assuming you'll be asking for a budget increase to cover these costs?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Soria.
I think my questions were pretty much answered. Thank you.
All right.
I just wanted to clarify that Planet Bids is not just limited to custodial. It's our system, online system that we utilize for most every bid we do.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Deputy Chief.
Thank you.
We have, the screen is clear. We have a motion. Well, you made a motion. Now you want to talk? Okay.
Yeah, I just, in listening to the discussion, I mean, I'm very comfortable with how you did this. Keep up the good work. I fully support it, and I made the motion to support it. So thank you very much.
We got a motion from Councilman Bredefeld and a second from Councilman Capriolio. Anybody opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chief. Our next item is a workshop on utility rates from the Department of Public Utilities.
Good afternoon, Council. Mike Carbajal, Department of Public Utilities. Just before we get started, I want to thank those of you made the time available to meet, re-engage in the conversation about utility rates. This workshop is just a continuation of that conversation, and we'll have hopefully an opportunity to have some dialogue at the end to talk about a schedule and a path forward. So today's presentation provides a background on the Department of Public Utilities, the services that we provide, challenges that we're facing, the need for updated utility rates, a new utility affordability credit program, as well as a Prop 218 rate setting process. And towards the end, we'll talk about the schedule and the path forward. So the Department of Public Utilities is comprised of 3 divisions that deliver high-quality essential services to ensure the health and safety of the community, while preserving our natural resources through recycling, responsible treatment of wastewater, as well as water conservation. We are the second largest department in the city. We have over 500 employees. We have operating revenues over $200 million a year, and it costs about $340,000 a day to provide these services across the community. So taking a look at our services, we deliver an average of 108 million gallons of potable water a day to 130,000 residential, commercial, and industrial customers, utilizing about 1,800 miles of water mains. We collect recyclables and municipal waste from 112,000 residential customers, as well as providing litter collection across 103 square miles of city. We also maintain 1,600 miles of sanitary sewer lines that convey sewage from homes and businesses to the regional treatment facility that treat it to regulatory standards. So what does it take to do all this? It takes high-quality personnel with special licenses and certifications. It takes infrastructure, including miles of pipeline, numerous treatment facilities. It takes equipment to collect waste, recyclables, and maintain infrastructure. And it takes energy and fuel, as we are one of the largest, if not the largest, PG&E customer in the city. It also takes maintenance to keep systems running. We have to have contingencies in place to continue services when the unexpected happens. And it takes debt service to pay for our prior investments in new facilities. And we must ensure compliance with the ever-changing regulations that are currently passed down upon us. The one thing that ties all of these together is utility rates. Without adequate rates, one or more of these items becomes impacted, which eventually affects service levels for our customers. So in doing this day in and day out, one of the challenges we are facing is aging water infrastructure. We're currently operating with a 100-year replacement program for wells, a 300-year replacement program for pipelines, and we have over 700 miles of pipeline that is 50 years or older. Last year, we responded to over 100 water main failures. One of these caused a cancellation of a Fresno Grizzlies baseball game, and another impacted the county's public health building. We don't expect that these rate plans will correct all of this at one time, but it's important that we start reducing timelines by making an investment to reduce risk of future failures. So we have a similar situation with wastewater operating on a 50-year replacement program for sewer lift stations and up to 100 years for sewer pipes. Over 500 miles of pipelines are 50 years or older. And the picture you see on the screen is an example of a sewer break in our system. Continued investment in our facilities will reduce the risk of sewer spills in the community. Now, in order to provide high-quality solid waste services, we need reliable trucks. The The average life of a garbage truck is 8 to 10 years. Out of 100 trucks, about 60 of our trucks are approaching the 10-year mark, and where the frequency of breakdowns becomes more common and increasing cost for our customers to repair these trucks. So as we take a look at our operating facilities, the Water Division has operated from the same location on University Avenue since the 1950s. This facility has exceeded its capacity for this type of operation, with staff now forced to park along the street. And similarly, solid waste has operated at the Municipal Service Center since the 1970s. Due to the competition for space from other operations within the Municipal Service Center complex, solid waste operates on less space today than it did 5 and 10 years ago, which creates an issue with adding any new trucks to serve a growing city. So as we provide service and encounter these issues, we have a responsibility to prepare forward-looking rate plans. Our rate plan objectives ensure that we can provide reliable water, wastewater, and solid waste service to ensure the health and safety of our community. They established a 5-year rate schedule incorporating anticipated expenditures for capital cost, operations and maintenance, debt service, and adequate fund reserves. In addition, we must perform a cost of service analysis to ensure that the rates recover the cost associated with the level, the quality, and the quantity of service delivered to our customers. The components of the rate plan ensure compliance with state and federal regulations, investing in replacement of aging infrastructure, and it addresses increased wastewater and solid waste operational costs that have occurred over the past decade since prior rates were implemented. And it rebalances wastewater rates to restore equity across customer classes and provides a reduction in wastewater rates for single and multifamily customers. So as I discussed earlier, the Water Division has been operating from the same facility for over 60 years. Similarly, the solid waste has been operating from the MSC for 40 years, and I think it's safe to say that investment in operational facilities is needed soon, if not today. And with this in mind, in March of last year, the City Council authorized a needs assessment that is now complete, and it recommends the relocation of the Water Division as well as the Solid Waste Division to available property adjacent to the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility. So this plan utilizes DP-owned property to accommodate new administrative operations, warehouse, equipment parking, along with a fleet maintenance facility that will service the entire DPU fleet. And not only will this plan support DPU operations, it enables other city departments to reutilize the vacated space at the MSC. So while we have a responsibility to prepare these rate plans and ensure that we have adequate funds for essential services, we also recognize the importance of making sure that our rates are affordable. So we currently offer our qualifying customers utility bill assistance through 3 separate programs: the Water Affordability Credit, a wastewater senior rate, and a solid waste low-income senior rate. Each of these programs are separate. They require a separate application, which is not only burdensome, but it's confusing to our customers. In addition to that, the wastewater and solid waste senior rates must be phased out in order to allow a consolidated utility affordability credit program. So the utility ACP, as I'll call it, expands and builds upon the existing water ACP by increasing the credit up to $10.60 per month in year 1 of these rate plans. And going forward, we will increase that credit up to $14 a month in year 5. This ensures that all customer classes are charged based upon their actual service levels, which is one of our rate plan objectives, and yet it provides a continued benefit to low-income seniors. So in order to proceed with these changes, we must engage our customers through the Prop 218 public participation process. We have completed the rate studies that support moderate rate increases over the next 5 years, and the next step is to let the public weigh in through the state-mandated process. This includes providing notice and protest cards to owners and tenants, holding public hearings, tabulating a protest, and eventually bringing back a public hearing to this council. So in meeting with you during the previous week, the biggest takeaway has been public outreach, which is why I work closely with Public Information Officer Mark Standriff to develop a comprehensive outreach strategy that includes informational materials available in multiple formats and languages, dedicated websites, and a hotline that's ready to go, extensive use of social media to inform our customers, engagement with the local press and media outlet, utility bill inserts alerting our customers, and public meetings beginning immediately and continuing through the 45-day waiting period. That means that with an approval to move forward, we are allowing for 4 to 6 weeks of public engagement prior to even sending out the notice, and then we will continue to outreach citywide in every single district to all of our customers completely through the time period leading up to the public hearing. Basically taking a Pat Hill, Fresno State approach that we will talk to anyone, anytime, anywhere. We will have presentations to community groups, to stakeholders, to interest groups, and bring back a public hearing to this council. At that point, then consider the rates that are placed before them. So before I wrap up, I just want to have a brief history about our prior rates. The standalone water rate package was approved in 2015 and fully implemented in July of last year. Those rates covered the Recharge Fresno program to maximize the use of surface water and balance our water portfolio. In terms of wastewater and solid waste, both operations will go a full decade between rate increases, which shows our commitment to only raise rates when absolutely needed. So why all three of these at once? It saves ratepayer dollars, and it reduces customer confusion that comes with multiple updates and mailings, and it allows our customers to budget for new rates at one time. So we recommend this investment now as our infrastructure reaches a critical juncture. Delaying moderate rate increases results in reduced service levels and increased future rate increases. And a community without efficient, sustainable utilities is one that is at risk. So in terms of timing, we have an opportunity to initiate these rates on July 1st as recommended in our rate plans while offering qualifying customers increased benefits through the new Utility Affordability Credit Program. And most importantly, we are encouraging your support and collaboration in outreaching to our customers so they are fully informed. So looking at the schedule, we are prepared to move forward and initiate this outreach to our customers as soon as February 14th. We know that there's going to be some future discussion as well as accommodation necessary to develop an agreeable path forward. That's why we're committed to, over the next 2 weeks, preparing to bring back those rate plans, presenting the financial information. We will work closely with you to put dates on the calendar where we can get out, partner with you, outreach to the public so we can start this process and hopefully successfully invest in our utilities and ensure essential services going forward. I'll be available for questions. Mark Standriff is here as well, and we can talk more about the outreach plan as necessary. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. And so another workshop today, so we're not going to the public. So do we have any questions? Well, we have some council members punched up. Councilmember Esparza.
Mike, thank you for that presentation. I appreciate you walking us through that.
Thank you.
Walking the public through it. I think, you and I have discussed this. It's unfortunate that, costs, keep increasing on our residents and in all different respects, right? And that the structure of the economy that, we as a city council cannot control. Well, that doesn't change the outcome and the impact on residents like mine who, are among the lowest income in the city. And so, like I told you before, I'll look forward to engaging in the community outreach along with your department before I can even consider supporting the hike. I'll definitely want to engage in at least 3 town hall type meetings with you and I, and that way, you can look my constituents directly in the eye and sell it to them on a personal level. And let them know, why you believe that we need this and the department needs this to continue the level of service. I did have one question. So once you initiate the 45-day process, so is 45 days a minimum within Prop 218, or can it go longer? I mean, what is the...
Right, so it's a minimum, and so what we are proposing is that if we were to move forward on this schedule on February 14th, council action to authorize a Prop 218, we would not send those notices out for a period of 4 to 6 weeks. So we utilize that time, prepare our notices, develop the database, make sure our customers are going to receive the right protest card, the right information, and that period of time allows us to start that outreach process. So there's an additional 4 to 6 weeks of outreach to do just as you said. You want 3 meetings in your district or more? We can set those up. We can work out the timelines, work out the logistics to make that happen and ensure that your customers are informed. The notices will then go out. That starts the 45-day clock, and then we bring that back here with continued outreach during that 45 days as necessary. We bring that back to the council where we tabulate the protest cards, and hopefully at that point turn the decision over to council to consider the new rate plans.
So the 45 days is just the minimum. It could go longer if needed.
That's correct.
But obviously your goal is to start this at the beginning of the fiscal year.
What's that? To start this fiscal year? Yeah, our rate plans make a recommendation for the upcoming fiscal year. And so we wanted to move forward with that recommendation, which rolls out these rate plans effective July 1st. Not all of the operations will have a rate increase at that time. In fact, wastewater is revenue neutral with a rebalancing of rates that actually results in reducing single-family and multifamily rates. Water has no rate increase in year 1. Solid waste would be the only one to actually increase rates as of July 1st, if we move forward on that timeline.
So the outreach is within the 45 plus days, and then that accumulates into one public hearing following those 45 days? Yeah,
we're required to have a public hearing where our customers can come in and actually, so we will count protests regardless of whether they send us the card back, they write us a letter, they come to the public hearing. So we're required to have a public hearing that allow customers to come in and actually voice their opinion one way or another.
And you'll be counting that day and the 45 days preceding that, counting the protest cards?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you repeat, for the record, the process by which, you talked about this briefly in my office, the process by which sort of the residents can kind of, if they voiced enough opposition, how does that work?
Yeah, we actually send them the notice that includes a protest card. And so we make it very simple for them. If they, we don't count yes votes, we're counting no votes is the way the process works. So we actually send them a card with a prepaid envelope. If they want to protest, they fill out the card, sign their name on it, put it in the prepaid postage envelope and send that back to us. They could also write us a letter on their own. They could also show up to the public hearing and register their opinion.
But what is that? I mean, I believe you mentioned some kind of threshold.
Yeah, the threshold is greater than 50% of our property owners. If they were to protest, then essentially we go back to the drawing board with our rate plans.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Capriolio.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza, we went through this with the surface water treatment plant, and it's a very long, drawn-out process, and I attended all the meetings. I think 90% or 100%, I can't remember. Mark says I did them all. And it's really an interesting process, and we have a lot of people show up, a lot of questions. The staff does a great job not only talking about it, but they lay out all the photos and the things that you've seen here. So there's a thorough, complete picture. And then the results come in, and we have to vote on that. And I just wanted to add to that, we mentioned kick the can down the road earlier. So what I see is that none of us want to see rates go up. We want top-notch service, and we want things to move along. So that's not reality. So we have to kind of balance that. And rather than kick the can down the road, which happened to us long before you were on the council here, but we had to make a huge jump, and it was awful. We got a lot of people that were not prepared for that. It really impacted their fixed income people. And so my impression here is that we're trying to not let that happen, but if we do gradual steps to get where we're going to go, we'll continue the best service at a reasonable rate. And I think that's kind of going to be the bottom line, or we can just say no, and then the proverbial can gets kicked down the road, and someday it's all going to break down. Hopefully not like San Ramon, that was gas, but I mean the water and all the services we provide.
Like our parks?
So forth. Does that pretty well sum it up?
Yes.
Mike? Yeah.
Great job.
Look forward to participating again with the meetings and seeing my people and listening to them once again.
Appreciate your support.
Thanks.
Look forward to it.
All right, Councilman Arias.
Thank you, Mr. Carvajal, and appreciate the time that we spent in advance of this. So let me walk you through what I'm struggling with. What I heard today was what your department does, which was a thorough presentation, the challenges before you, and the solution, which is rate increases. What I didn't get, though, is understanding of your current ability to pay for some of those challenges. I don't know what your budget is, what your reserve levels are, what your prioritization of projects are or could be. I don't understand whether you have in your multiple enterprise funds the ability to pay for some of these items that you've identified. So, as I've said earlier, our core responsibility is adoption of a budget and the fiscal management of the city. So before I even go down the rabbit hole of considering rate increases, I need to fully understand and be able to articulate our ability to pay for those ongoing services that people expect from us. So today, I didn't hear that. Secondly, I did see your outreach plan. Unfortunately, what your outreach plan lays out is that you're going to meet with residents and have community meetings after we approve, beginning the process. From my perspective, that's after the fact, and it should be done before.
Yeah, so if I could respond to that. So we've talked at length about that in terms of Prop 218, which is, that's the process that the people in California have set up in terms of raising public utility rates. And what we want to avoid is sending them a mixed message. So there needs to be intent that we're going to send them a notice for them to consider these rates. So we could go out and start talking about rates and saying, hey, we're thinking about raising them, talking about the issues, but that really needs to be followed up with the notice comes out and they participate in the process that's outlined. Otherwise, we come back in 6 months, a year, we start talking about it again because we have an obligation to continue to update our plans going forward. So we don't want to add that confusion and have a mixed message.
I understand that, but what that creates for the everyday resident is a feeling that we already made the decision to raise rates, and we're simply just going through the legally minimum requirement of having public meetings. So I think it's our responsibility for city staff to go out to the neighborhoods, explain to people the conditions of their underground infrastructure, the conditions of our ability to provide garbage service, and how they're going to directly benefit from rate increases if we go down that path. Or else it just feels like a disingenuous process when we've already made a decision to raise rates. Secondly, I have a question for legal counsel. This proposal includes us moving or relocating some of our maintenance facilities to a brand new facility in the wastewater treatment facility.
Surface water.
Yeah. What would happen with the existing facilities? Would they go for other department uses?
Right. So really one of the benefits of relocating solid waste is that it frees up space within the municipal service center. So there are a number of departments that utilize that for operational purposes. And like I said, our footprint continues to be reduced as the need for space. So yeah, it would be reutilized at that location.
So essentially, we would make room for other city departments to use that space. What I need to know from legal counsel is, since we use ratepayer funds to pay and build those facilities, are we required to sell those facilities to the city and us buy them back with general funds? Because those facilities were paid for by ratepayers, not by the general taxpayers.
I think in the case of municipal service, I have to double check, but I would think those facilities we pay a rent, right, at municipal service center.
Correct. The city owns the facilities. DPU is paying rent out there as well as many others.
Yes, so if a facility was paid for with ratepayer funds under the charter, you couldn't convert that to a general fund use without the general fund reimbursing the utility.
So
if it stays within a utility, then we're okay.
So we would have to identify general fund resources to basically rent those facilities back.
If it goes outside the utility.
Correct, which it would be, because utilities would have a brand new facility.
Right, and there are general funded operations that are already looking for other space. So yeah, they're contemplating that cost already.
I understand, but my point is there's a domino effect that eventually has an impact to a general fund, which we don't have the ability to simply raise taxes and increase that general fund. Councilmember Caprilio, I agree with you that I'm not one either to kick the can down the road. That's why I supported Measure P. That's what happens when you don't address your assets, they crumble. But in this case, I don't think we've reached the threshold where I'm comfortable in supporting a rate increase, primarily because I don't understand what your existing resources are, how they're being allocated, nor what the impact is to the general fund if we do move forward with swapping properties for maintenance facilities. And finally, I think we have a responsibility to tell residents what the financial impact is going to be to them and what the practical benefit is going to be to them before you ask this body to greenlight the rate increases.
Yeah, and I think just to be clear about the process, initiating a Prop 218 is not greenlighting utility rates. That is to engage the public to do exactly what you're saying, with the idea that we come back and have council vote at the end. So we can go through the whole Prop 218 process. We can ratify it, but council still has to make a decision at that point.
When was the last time this city went through the 218 process and didn't adopt fee increases?
I can't answer that question.
Because we regularly increase the fees. And residents whose incomes aren't growing in this economy that is stagnant for the middle class just had a rate increase last year. I want us to be extremely thoughtful about what it means for the vast majority of our residents. So thank you for their time.
Thank you.
Just a couple kind of comments to piggyback. And, I want to thank Mike for spending some time with me before last year and then recently in the last couple of weeks going through the proposal. And I think in terms of the comments that I have that I wanted to make in public, I've still, where I stood several months ago when you came back to the other council to ask or to kind of go through this motion of informing us. I think public engagement is extremely critical, especially when it comes to rate hikes. And I know that you say that, once we send out the notice, that's when we can start the community engagement. But there's nothing in the law that prohibits us. And I think that you've heard from a number of council members that that's probably the direction that we should be going to. And what frustrates me a little bit, and I think I mentioned to you this the last time that we met, was that since the time that you guys kind of had this presentation coming and proposal, we have not done anything to outreach to the community. We should be notifying, right? This is a great thing that we're, in terms of public meeting, but not everyone watches us or comes to the council meeting. And so I can probably say that a lot of folks don't know that this is something looming in our community. So I would still encourage you guys to set a time frame that includes community engagement. I've mentioned to you that I'm happy to work with you in my district in particular to help folks understand what you guys are wanting them to do. I want to listen to my residents and see what is it that they desire after they learn, what are the needs of the department. The other thing that I wanted to mention, which I highlighted when we met a couple weeks ago, was that obviously for the wastewater, there's an issue that we should rectify. There's residential subsidizing commercial, right? You guys have noted that. And I think that at minimum, I would be willing to rectify that even if it's standalone, because I think that that's the right thing to do and the fair thing to do. Folks shouldn't be subsidizing commercial or whatever
So
the
you're talking
discrepancy.
So you're talking about moving forward with that 5-year rate plan for that.
Yeah, I'm saying in terms of that, because that needs to be rectified.
Okay.
I do.
Which means we have to go through this whole process. We have to go through a Prop 218. We have to outreach. We have to send the notices, and we have to hold a public hearing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I agree. Yeah.
Okay. So we'll look forward to working with you to put something together so we can figure out what the path forward is and how we can come up with an outreach plan that's going to work for your district.
And I know it's tough. The last thing that I will say, 5 years ago, last February 25th to be exact, I remember, it was a tough vote. It was one of my first toughest votes to do here on this council, which was to approve, the
Water rates?
Yeah, the water rate increase. And we talked then about making every effort, and at least that's when I voted. I know that's what I asked, right? That we made every single effort to try to extend the time frame of coming back and asking our ratepayers. I think I even remember my council colleague Brandau talk about that, even though he wasn't a huge supporter of it. But we really wanted to see that extended as long as possible. And what is unfortunate is that lo and behold, 5 years later, when we've kind of gone through the 5 years, we're back again asking folks to pay more. And so I just wanted to bring that up because for me, it was a very tough vote. And, I made the vote, but I also was hoping that you guys could do whatever you could in your power in terms of looking at projects that would extend the timing of coming back.
I think just right along those lines, in terms of solid waste and wastewater, we have done everything we could in terms of making it a full decade without coming back and asking this council to approve new rates. So I think that's a testament to our commitment to only raise rates as needed. In terms of water, we're coming back shortly thereafter the 2015 rate plan. These two rate plans are very different. That one was an investment in new facilities, sustainability, about balancing our water portfolio, and that's been fully implemented as promised. And this is about an investment in existing infrastructure, and it's about making sure that we don't come back in another 5-10 years down the road and have to go through what we did in 2015, looking at that size of a rate increase.
Well, I appreciate your comments on that, and I look forward to you guys setting up an outreach plan that includes town halls or community meetings prior to initiating the Prop 218 process. That's the only way that you will get me remotely interested in supporting to initiate the process. Thank you.
I have one question.
Yes.
Can you walk me through the Councilwoman's comments about commercial subsidizing residential or residential subsidizing commercial?
So it has to do with the cost of service analysis. And so as we put together our rate plans, we want to analyze the service because we want to charge for our customers for how they use the system. And so our wastewater customers use the system differently than what they did 10 years ago. And so because of that, we want to rebalance the rates to recognize our customers use less water today. We went through a drought. We put in water meters. There's a greater awareness. There's new groundwater legislation. And so based upon that, that means that we have to balance our rates out. And the result is a reduction in single-family rates that is 5%, a 5% reduction in year one, as well as a similar reduction on the multifamily side. Now, commercial industrial customers, depending on how they use the system, what their demand is, what they're discharging, their rates may go up or down. So it's just a rebalancing. Year one is revenue neutral, though. You're welcome.
I have one comment on the MSC. We do want to do that legally and move solid waste and those other customers out to the new facility in a manner that would be legal. However, the reality is we are out of space. That facility is 30 years old. The city has obviously grown. We have not just the people in MSC that are struggling for parking of the city vehicles, office space, and personal vehicles, but we also have facts that is at their capacity at this point. So the problem is not going to get any better, and we'll have to figure out a solution. This is one solution that we could use to do that.
Thank you, Jim. Screen is clear. Mike, thanks for presentation today and fielding all those questions. Thanks also for the tour that I took with you guys before the end of last year. Pretty impactful when you're sitting out there at the facility. I think that's the most impactful thing. So thanks a lot. And I guess you'll connect with some of these council members that want to add an extra outreach component there. But we look forward to you bringing it back.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming out, looking at the facilities. Appreciated your input on that. And, that opportunity is open to all of our council members at any time. If you want to come out and take a look, see what they look like, see how the trucks are parked there, see what the impacts they are to employees, we'll reach out and see if we can set something up. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have item 3D, actions pertaining to the removal, processing, and beneficial reuse of other environmental-friendly alternative disposal of biosolids. And that's from the Department of Public Utilities.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, City Council.
Excuse me, just like to make a motion to approve.
Pardon? Oh.
Got a motion to approve and a second. Let's do this. Give me just a second. Are there any members of the public that would like to address this item? No? All right. Council, in an effort to move this forward, we've got a motion and a second. Does anybody have any questions? All right. Sir, we're going to take a vote. We've got a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes 7-0.
I was really brief. I tried to be as brief as possible.
That was very persuasive.
You need a raise.
Only 7 words. Just 7 words.
Perfect.
Earned your paycheck today. Love it.
All right. Then we are on to item 3E, a bill amending section 3.422 of the Fresno Municipal Code. And that's
Council President, I'd like to have my colleagues consider continuing this item. I have a scheduled meeting with the Personnel Director and some labor leaders about this item that's scheduled for next week. So we can continue it. That would be great.
Is that Wilma? We're going to continue this item to our next council meeting.
Yeah, that's fine with us.
All right. That seems to be not a problem. Jeff, this was going to come from your department. Is that correct? Okay. And so you're okay with that? And you're going to, okay, perfect, perfect. In the light of that, we're going to move on to item 3F. This is the approval of expenditures of $1 million of the general fund appropriations identified in the 2019 budget deliberations. And this comes from the city clerk's office.
This item was heard on January 17th and was requested by council to come back to this meeting, so it is on the agenda for your discussion.
Second that motion.
You've got a motion and a second, but we have a council member punched up here. Let me go out to the public and see if there's anybody in the public that would like to make a comment on this. It's dealing with parks programming. All right, we'll come back up. Councilman Bredefeld.
Yeah, I have a question. On the grant writer, it's $67,000. Is it possible that what would be utilized in terms of the services and benefits we would have from this grant writer, can staff provide those same benefits? Can you provide the same assurances to the council that the $67,000 we would spend for that grant writer can be served by the city? And if so, I'd like to utilize those $67,000 and talk about hiring a private security for parks.
I can answer that. We have a grant writer. The job description is not grant writer. It's a senior management analyst. She was recently brought in about 3 months ago. And so I do think we have the capacity to write grants in parks. I just also want to caution you that it's more than just grant writing. There's a lot of administration that goes on the back end of those grant writing responsibilities. And there are quite a few more staff that have input when we write grants to make sure that we're writing grants that are sustainable.
My colleague, Councilman Arias, was concerned about meeting timelines, and perhaps you want to say something about that just to address it.
You know, I'm open to that conversation, Councilmember Bredefeld, but I want a hard commitment from staff because right now there's some state parks bond funds that we are in a position to pull down.
Is this the Prop 68?
Yes.
We are working on that as we speak and coming up with, based on the master plan and the grant requirements or criteria, to come up with proposed grant projects for that opportunity.
So what, am I hearing a commitment that we're not going to miss those deadlines to draw down those state dollars?
To apply for the grants?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, so what
you are talking about applying for Prop 68 funding.
Correct.
Yeah, our staff is prepared to have those in on time, with the caveat that we don't get held up in any decision-making processes.
Okay.
That means that the council can delay any of the proposals. Is that reading between the lines? So that also means that staff won't give us 1 day to review the items they are
I
proposing.
will make sure you don't have 1 day to review it.
Okay. So the thing that I would like to do then is move those funds to hire a private security firm who I believe from 10 p.m. at night to 6 in the morning, 7 days a week, can go in the two regional parks as well as neighborhood parks, let police know when there are problems, whether they're homeless, whether any kind of encampments are being developed, and in a sense be the eyes and ears for the police, which frees them up to be in neighborhoods.
Councilmember Butterfield, is that the same kind of program that Measure P was proposing?
No, they wanted park rangers. They had different hats.
Actually, we've utilized these types of services in the past, and they did seem to be beneficial.
Yeah. So, and I believe that is something you would feel positive about. Is that true? As I see everyone shaking their head, yes. So I'd like to make that motion that we move those funds and hire that private security firm for the. Go ahead.
I had a couple of clarifications, not relative to the grant writer.
Okay, so I'd like to make that
So
part of the
actually,
motion.
Here's what we're going to do. We have a motion, a second.
And
Are
an
you
amendment.
asking for an amendment?
Yes.
I've agreed to the amendment.
Okay, our motion and our second have agreed to that amendment. The motion was made by Councilman Arias and seconded by Councilmember Soria. And the screen is now clear. Let's take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes.
He had some questions.
I do have a couple of questions.
We just made the decision, Jim.
They may be able to be answered after the decision. There are two projects that were not on the original Parks priorities list. One of them was Mosqueda and South Tower Parks, park projects. We are not familiar with those projects as they're listed, and we would definitely need some more information on those projects as well as the estimates that were used to, or how those estimates
We'll
were
be happy
created.
to meet with you
Yeah,
afterwards.
we're happy to meet with you. And I think before we've had a discussion of the South Tower project, or the park, which is in the land that we own, that used to be the old substation.
Yeah,
So
we
we're
can-
happy to, and I think I've already sent an email
Yeah,
to
we'll
Wilma.
set up a meeting, but we do need just some clarification to make sure we're all on the same page.
Perfect,
Okay.
thank you.
And the last one was more of a caution rather than a clarification. We have 5 months left in this fiscal year, so these proposed projects may get somewhere this fiscal year, but much of the spending may occur in the following fiscal year.
Hey, Jim, how quickly can the private security firm be hired?
I would imagine within a couple of weeks to a month.
Okay, good. Thank you.
And that doesn't have to come to council if it's under 50,000, right? Or would it,
We
would you
just
guys?
approved it.
No, I know, but any agreement.
Oh, the agreement?
Because then that delays it.
Service.
If you get it under 50,000, you will probably be able to do it faster. So that's what I would encourage.
We can likely do it for under 50,000. We can tailor the amount of coverage to that. We only have, as I said, 4 or 5 months of the
That's what-
fiscal year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to clarify, though, we'll need to look at that and work with the attorneys, because if it's an amendment of an existing contract that we have, even if it's less than 50, we'll have to bring that back to council.
Okay, that makes
So we'll
sense.
work with the attorneys right away, and then if so, we'll get it on the agenda for early February. Okay.
So you will meet with the subcommittee, which I believe is Miguel, Esmeralda, and Luis. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay, well, I was just going to say that motion passed even before that last discussion at 6-0, and Councilman Capriolio being absent. Now we're going to move to the city council portion of the agenda, which today is talking about boards and commissions. And as the council president, I have collected a number of my colleagues who have requested to be on certain boards and commissions. As everybody knows, we recently lost 2 council members who were serving in a lot of these positions. We need to fill them. I don't have spaces for everyone, so there's going to be some discussion today. What I'm going to do is go through them in order. They're in numerical order. And then when we get to one that has somebody that's asked for that spot, I'm going to name it. And then I'll also let you know where there's openings still available. So on item 4A, the boards and commissions, the first one that has a vacancy is item number 2. And Councilmember Esparza has asked if he could serve in place of former Councilman Olivier, and I am fine with that. Is there any debate about that, or do my colleagues feel this is a mutual decision here, folks? This isn't just me.
Yeah, we're good. And then can I just ask a question on the COG? Who's doing that?
We're going to get to that. I think that's a mayor-appointed one, and I'm going to
okay.
get to those separately.
Oh, I see.
So I'm going to just...
Oh, I thought you were going down the list, that's why.
Yeah, so I'm going to come back to those ones that are mayor-appointed.
Okay.
Okay, Councilman Esparza, and I believe you will be vice chair.
Thank you, Council President.
Okay. Next is item number 7, Fresno Madera Area Agency on Aging. Nobody has come forward and asked to be on that board. That is open.
Can I make a nomination?
Yeah, you can.
Well, I was thinking my council colleague Nelson, because he wants to kind of continue on the work with the senior center, from what I've heard. So I thought that he'd probably be the most appropriate one.
Happy to serve.
Okay. Councilmember Esparza, perfect. Next, I have on item number 10 on the next page, Association for the Beautification of Highway 99. Former Councilman Baines was there. I do not believe that this board was meeting that often. If somebody had a vision to take that to the next level, probably could do that.
Yeah, so I'll be happy to serve as well. The only thing is, I've never known that there's been any meetings on this. Who is in charge of this? What is it? I don't think I've ever heard that there was an existing meeting of this Association for Beautification of the Highway 99. Can someone give me more information on this?
You know, what we could do is you could connect with Councilman Baines and probably give you background. I know that he wanted to do some things on it originally. There was formally in the past an association, but I just think they stopped meeting. Yes.
Yes, the Highway 99 committee is in consultation with the Fresno COG. They essentially look at issues in partnership with Caltrans. One of the issues that actually Councilmember Steve Brandau brought up last year was the litter removal. And as a result of the advocacy from Councilmember Steve Brandau, Caltrans allocated $500,000 to that effort. And so that committee is working to mitigate and work with local jurisdictions around developing nonprofit partners to address the litter issues within our area.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So now, thank you, Eric. So now we have, Councilmember Soria. All right, thank you, Councilmember Soria. So we can maybe revitalize that concept. The next one is, now this is just an alternate position, and I can tell you because I'm the person who goes there regularly is the Upper Kings Basin Integrated Regional Water Management. So the meetings that I have not been able to make, Mike Carbajal, who just gave that last presentation, is also an alternate. But we could name an alternate in there if anybody's interested in the Upper Kings Basin. But it'd be probably pretty rare because Mike Carbajal's probably the best person to be in the room. So we don't have to fill these today, but if somebody wants it, okay. Councilman Chavez, taking on something where you don't actually need to be there. Fantastic. All right. The next one that I have a vacancy on is item number 15, the Subcommittee on Transportation. And Councilmember Arias has said that he would step in and fill that. Does anybody have a problem? Or okay, Councilmember Arias. And then number 16, Code Enforcement Subcommittee. Councilman Bredefeld's asked to be in there. Does anybody have a problem with that? Okay. Next, number 18, we have 2 spots on 18, School Liaison Subcommittee. Councilman Esparza's asked if he could be on there. I think that's a great thing, and we still have 1 opening then. Would anybody like to be? Councilmember Arias. Okay, now I'm going to go just to let everybody know these are requirement council appointments from the mayor's office, and one of them is a vacancy on the Council of Governments. The mayor appoints that one to serve in his absence, formerly Councilmember Olivier. So that's an opening that, Wilma, if you can pass that on to the mayor, we need that filled. The Fresno County Zoo Authority, I think, Miguel, you've already worked with the mayor on that, so you're going to be there. and the Fresno Madera Agency on Aging, and that's a mayor appointment, but affirmed by a majority of council votes. So we need the mayor to fill that spot as well. Is that the one we just filled? Oh, yeah. Okay. You know what? The way I had this lined up, I didn't realize I put it on there twice. Okay, so then what we're going to do is say that we're requesting that you would be on there. And with the mayor's approval, hopefully that would happen.
Great.
Okay, so we still have a couple of blanks there that we can work out in the weeks to come. But I think we got most of them covered.
I did want to clarify. I wanted to ask Councilmember Soria, serving on the school liaison subcommittee, are you still interested in being the chair?
No, I'm getting off of that one, so it would be you and Miguel.
Okay, I'd like to chair that committee. We're at number.
And then if anyone else
number
wants
18,
to join.
Number 18, yeah.
Oh, okay, so council president, aha, here we go, folks. Council president appoints the chair.
Voila, here we are.
But the truth is, we have appoints chair and chair appoints 2 council members. So I didn't know, Councilmember Soria, that you're getting off of it, so we actually have 3 spots to fill, okay? 2 have stepped up today, Councilman Esparza, Councilman Arias. We could still have one other.
Recommend Councilmember Chavez.
Former school board member as well, all 3 of us.
So which one did you
School
decide?
board president.
Which one of you wanted to be the chair? Nelson. Then I'm going to appoint you, and you can make the choice of these other 2. Is that what you're doing?
I hereby appoint Councilmember Chavez and Councilmember Arias to the school liaison subcommittee.
All right. You know, that worked out pretty well. Thanks, everybody, for filling those spots. I'm really interested in getting that beautification of 99 re-energized. Now, I believe we've completed the public session. Is that correct?
We still have, closed session.
We're going to go into closed session. And Doug, can you read off the
Yes.
report?
First of all, we are postponing the last 2 closed sessions, 5E and 5F. And then we have remaining existing litigation, City versus Shell Oil. We also have, and we already did 5B, 5C, anticipated litigation, City of Fresno and Mountain Cascade Incorporated. Also potential litigation, Fresno Building Healthy Communities and City of Fresno. And we do need to open these up for any public comment before we go into closed session.
And then we are going to formally adjourn today in the memory of Benita Iriart Garcia. All right. And so we are now going into closed session.
Council President, we first need to take public comment on the closed session items.
Yeah, good call. Anybody have any comment, public comment on our closed session items? Yes, please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Kimberly McCoy. I am the project director for Fresno Building Healthy Communities. Our address is 4991 East McKinley, Fresno, California, 93727. I would like to start off reading a statement by someone who canvassed for Measure P. Her name is Wanderly Feathers. She's unable to be here today because she's at work, but she wanted to have her statement read, so I'm going to start off by reading hers. Yes to cleaner, safer parks in Fresno. I believe it's necessary because parks help develop relationships amongst families and friends that would not ordinarily happen due to broken neighborhoods. However, when people are able to engage, this builds a better awareness of communities, which brings about involvement and positive interactions. Yes, on Measure P is crucial to the environment and communities and will provide jobs and opportunities for youth, recreational activities for our seniors, and family-oriented activities that will bring all people together. While we invest in parks, we invest in people. And that's what Measure P would provide and is about. So that's her statement.
Yes.
And then I will also like to read something here. Sorry, I had to turn my phone off, didn't bring my charger. Been waiting all this time to make statements, but I understand you guys are busy, so I'm trying to pull it up right now. Okay, for myself, I have been an advocate for parks for the last 5 years and feel this is the city's council chance to be fair and right the mayor's wrong when it comes to Measure P. 52% of residents voted for this measure back in November. I repeat, 52% of residents voted for this measure back in November, and we're out here to do what is fair. We hear from community members about the need of parks, and this is your chance to uphold the will of the people and help create a healthier city with clean and safe neighborhood parks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you guys like our statement?
What's that? Yes, you can give that to the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public would like to address any of the closed session items? All right, council members, we'll see you in closed session immediately. Thank you.
Yes, and there will not be any announcements afterwards.